the fact helps counties in their canvas verification and audit process. OVR, AVR, online voter registration and automatic voter registration. We are pleased to report that Phase 1 of online voter registration was successfully deployed on May 31st, 2023. The New York City Board of Elections worked on a parallel track with us and launched the same day. We worked closely with the county boards, the county board-based IT professionals, and voter registration vendors to ensure that the counties were ready to digest this information within their own systems. And since the applications, the State Board and the New York City Board went live, 2,085 New Yorkers have utilized the online systems to register. We will carefully monitor the usage and seek to raise awareness so that more residents can access the system. We're also beginning to plan Phase 2 of the online voter registration, which will bring enhancements and improvements. And we're also working on reporting for the counties with transmittal sheets so they know exactly how many applications they are receiving when they get our daily file. Automatic voter registration, as mentioned during previous meetings, we are partnering with the New York State ITS to implement automatic voter registration and the clearinghouse necessary to transfer the information efficiently between the State Board, the county boards, and the AVR agencies. We just yesterday completed signed a memorandum of understanding with ITS, and we've begun meeting with staff already to set project phases and prioritize what needs to be done. In anticipation, we've also started a meeting cadence with all the appropriate AVR agencies. To date, we have met with the Department of Labor, the Department of Health, the New York City Housing Authority. We continue our meetings with the Department of Motor Vehicles, and this Friday we are scheduled to meet with the Office of Temporary Disability Assistance. Outreach to SUNY and CUNY is also underway, even though that is a bit further out. We anticipate a 10-month build for the AVR system in the clearinghouse with ITS, and then 3 months to transition from ITS staff to the State Board. Public Campaign Finance Board, as you know, in 2021 we began the procurement process for the software solution for the Public Campaign Finance Matching Program. The process quickly illuminated the importance of an agency-wide approach. Any software solution to be effective needed to encompass all of our election applications and systems. So we expanded the procurement scope. We are ensuring that all applications and systems could work together and all candidates, filers, and stakeholders would utilize the same State Board of Elections tools and resources. This solution, initially thought for the Public Campaign Finance Board, has to incorporate our existing candidate management, financial applications, and public reporting. The initial procurement was limited. The estimated budget was similarly narrow in scope, and in February 2022, we formalized the decision to broaden the procurement, seeking a one-time software acquisition to update the compliance unit's financial disclosure administration system, which we know as FIDIS, the electronic filing software, and the case management systems, and operation unit's candidate petition administration system, which we refer to as CAPA. These standalone systems will be fully integrated with the PCSC audit and payment system. During the development of the business requirements and the RFP process, it was determined that the redesign must utilize sophisticated business tools and incorporate automatic processes and business intelligence. As such, we have merged this, and it will now be known as the State Board of Elections Election System Acquisition. Currently, the tentative awardee, as Carl mentioned, and OGS are reviewing contract language and finalizing that agreement, and in the meantime, the Public Campaign Finance Board has created a manual solution to handle the matching claims and audits, and they've done an absolutely fantastic job getting all aspects of this program up and running since the November 9th launch. Space planning. As you probably noticed this morning, construction began on the 5th floor. Abatement work was completed in the pipe room, which will become additional much-needed storage for election operations and machines. We vacated the south side of the 5th floor, and we have temporary walls that were erected. We have a general contractor and electrical contractor that have been working on site. We continue with bi-weekly job meetings to coordinate to make sure that this project is on track. ITS vacated the first floor swing space that we were waiting for, and we have moved compliance, PCFB, secure elections, and IT staff into that space. In addition, when ITS moved across the hall, they identified an additional area that they were not using, and we have arranged for that space for the State Board of Elections, which we're currently preparing, and that will accommodate, I think we have somewhere between 12 and 16 new hires that we'll have by the end of this year. The furniture order was placed, and we're working with the vendor to expedite that so that we can be ready for the presidential election next year. The fiscal year 23-24 budget brought our fill level up to 210 employees. So we're now at a critical point and require additional space in this building or lease space in another location. Currently working with the Division of Budget and OGS to determine those final plans. We have certainly communicated the Commissioner's wishes to keep the agency together and the importance of making sure that we are all in one place. As construction continues, which is critical because our floor and the 5th floor is really the last in the building to undertake any sort of renovation. At the same time, we're working with a space planner to identify future needs, and senior staff will view lease sites at the end of this month. If additional space frees up in this building, we would end up staying in this building possibly on another floor as well. Otherwise, we are ready to pursue the lease alternative. As we've noted in the past, members of the PCFB and IT staff have modified schedules to allow for some remote work. That frees up a little space during construction, and of course, we follow a complex calendar and deadlines, and we will ensure that no operations are impacted. The website redesign continues. The project kickoff happened. As you know, our goal is to create a more user-friendly experience, to arrange the information and applications in a more intuitive way. It is ongoing, and it is expected to wrap just in time for the 2024 presidential election cycle. So we're thinking January, February 2024. We continue our monthly conference calls with the Election Commissioners Association. Our last call took place last week. We will work on training and guidance to provide the county boards with the resources and the tools necessary to carry out their statutory duties. And on August 15th, we travel to Niagara Falls for the Election Commissioners Association Conference. We've worked closely with the program committee, putting together a robust training schedule, including election technology and voting systems procedures, legislation and law updates, the launch of a civic roundtable to improve communication and learning across counties and with the state board, and alternative staffing plans and vote centers. Secure Election Center will also introduce videos created to help counties understand cloud computing and the future of election systems. And CISA will be in attendance as we prepare to utilize their resources and our other federal and state resources and training prior to the 2024 election cycle. Finally, we completed Phase 2 of Envisioning an Election's Future, exploring the technology, policy, management, and legal environments in voter registration, a project we completed with the Center for Technology and Government at SUNY Albany. We instituted a digital transformation executive committee consisting of all unit heads and deputies to manage our technology projects across the agency. These meetings enable us to work better across units and will be incorporated into our governance structure and will be led by our deputy executive director. And at that, we are already planning for November, for the November 7th, 2023 general election, and we will look to certify that ballot on September 13th. That is my report. I don't know if anyone has any questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, I just want to, Kristen's very comprehensive. I think she covered all bases. I just wanted to take an opportunity to truly introduce myself. There's a new co-executive director. The only other thing I wanted to touch on is in terms of the June primary and the canvass and the recanvasses, we saw several counties have to engage in manual hand counts. Throughout the state board was happy to provide multiple meetings with them to walk them through procedures, help them along with guidance, and we've asked those counties to provide reports to us to analyze what changes, if any, took place with those hand counts, so that we can further analysis here and continue to provide guidance and support to the counties as we move forward.
I will say, Commissioners, it's wonderful to work with our new co-executive director, and we are already meeting and working for improving relationships and guidance to the county boards, and it's really a pleasure. So welcome, Ray.
Thank you.
I look forward to that report on the manual count. right, so if that concludes the executive director's reports, we'll turn to election operations. Amy Hild and Brendan Movilla.
Thank you, Commissioner. We supported county boards and fielded calls from the public in relation to the June 27th primary. We received data on absentee and affidavit voters from each county and performed the data match and provided records back to the counties. We received judicial delegate information and produced roll calls for judicial nominating conventions later this month. We've worked with PIO and IT to ensure deadlines for transmission of military and overseas ballots were met. We're working with other units to coordinate state board communications with counties and collect required surveys. And staff has conducted acceptance testing for several counties for new voting systems, as well as scheduled acceptance testing with several more counties coming up later this month. Related to voting systems, as you know, 3 vendors have successfully completed the rigorous testing process for certification in New York. As per the normal process, application materials were received and once considered sufficient to the operations unit, were brought before the board to authorize moving forward with system testing. Testing was completed by SLI, one of the 2 federally certified voting system testing labs in the country. The testing approach, matrices to all applicable requirements, and testing documentations were all reviewed by NYSTEC. Both SLI and NYSTEC are here in the room with us today if there are any questions. Multiple public demonstrations, both in person and virtual, were held for all systems. Public comments and questions were received, reviewed, and responded to throughout the testing process. Testing reports have been posted to our website for more than a month, and additional testing information has been supplied to those who have inquired with the operations unit. At this point, it is the recommendation of the operations unit that all systems described should be certified for use in New York State, as they have demonstrated compliance with all applicable requirements to the satisfaction of the examiners charged with undertaking the review on behalf of the board pursuant to Section 7201 of election law. For each of the vendors, we have Dominion D Suite 516. All testing has been completed by SLI and reviews completed by NYSTEC. All completing testing reports have been posted on the State Board website, and a resolution for their certification as recommended by the operations unit is on the agenda for later in this meeting. ES&S 6401. All testing has been, 6301 rather. All testing has been completed by SLI and review completed by NYSTEC. All completed testing reports have been posted on the State Board website, and a resolution for their certification as recommended by the operations unit is on the agenda for later in this meeting. Clear ballot. ClearCount 225, a modification to their central count software. Testing has been completed. All completed testing reports have been posted on the State Board website, and a resolution for their certification as recommended by the operations unit is on the agenda for later in this meeting. An additional resolution is on the agenda to authorize ClearCount 225 as an authorized audit tool pursuant to 621020 of our regulations. Also from Clear Ballot, ClearVote 24. All testing has been completed by SLI and review completed by NYSTEC. All completed testing reports have been posted on the State Board website, and a resolution for their certification as recommended by the operations unit is on the agenda for later in this meeting. We've also been working with NYSTEC on the process to review and revise voting system regulations to harmonize with version 2.0 of the federal VVSG, Voluntary Voting System Guidelines. That should be completed later this year. We've met with electronic poll book vendors to discuss the timeline of upcoming elections for both this year and next year headed into the presidential primary and timing of updates to those systems. We continue to work with IT and other units on OVR and AVR and continue to work with IT and counties to monitor the process of voter registration systems migrations, as well as full compliance of existing voter registration vendor systems with the board's promulgated requirements. In addition, the unit is working on a cast vote record project with students from UMichigan, and that we expect to be completed later this week or the following week. Brendan, did you have anything?
No, again, a very thorough report. I do want to say, as with Ray, it is also Amy's first meeting, and it's been great to also work with her throughout the past couple of months. And I know it's been a unique set of challenges that we face, but you guys, everyone has hit the ground running, and it's been a pleasure to work with everybody, including you too. But I don't have anything else to add to the report. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Then we'll turn to council report, Brian Quayle and Kevin Murphy.
Thank you, Commissioners. I have a brief update on some cases, primarily the Brooklyn NAACP versus Kaczynski case, otherwise referred to as a line warming case. We are moving into the discovery phase in that matter. It is slow moving, but we will continue to keep the Commissioners apprised of any developments in that regard. In other case news, we're in a bit of a holding pattern with a number of different matters. Just as a quick update on some of the outstanding cases we're looking at. With Schmidt versus Kaczynski, the out-of-state petition witnesses case, we remain waiting on the Eastern District's decision on the plaintiff's summary judgment motion, which was filed over a year ago, but the preliminary injunction granting or requiring acceptance of out-of-state witnesses remains in effect in the meantime. In Upstate Jobs Party versus Kaczynski, the non-party contribution limits case, the Second Circuit heard that oral argument on May 10th of this year, and we are still awaiting that decision. In Fasella versus Adams, the New York City non-citizen voting case, the Second Department in New York heard that oral argument on June 23rd. We are awaiting that decision. And we are also awaiting a decision on a petition for certiorari filed with the Supreme Court for the Libertarian Party versus New York State Board of Elections. That is the minor party ballot access case. They have petitioned that to the Supreme Court, so we are awaiting that decision as well. Though we are not a party, we are obviously monitoring closely the appeal taken to the Court of Appeals in Hoffman versus New York State Independent Redistricting Commission, the redistricting case, so we will keep an eye on that as well. As far as legislation, we continue to monitor a number of bills which await the governor's signature. The commissioners are very aware of a number of those bills. We will continue to keep the commissioners apprised as we hear news on those. On the compliance front, regarding the July periodic filing, 5,415 reports have been filed as of July 31st. Since the last board meeting, 6,733 reviews have been completed. Regarding the candidate match program for local candidates, 57 of our 58 boards have provided candidate ballot information. Over 1,000 total candidates have so far been uploaded into the match program to date, and we continue to work very hard on getting that off the ground and getting everything in line there. 229 candidate and committee records have been terminated since the last board meetings. We are now totaling over 1,000 terminations so far in 2023. We have 250 total IE committees, 137 of them active. 66 IE committees have filed 663 paid internet digital ad files. With regards to our training unit, since our last board meeting, we have had 15 live training webinars with a total of 986 registrants. There remain 6 more scheduled through the end of September. We also have some information with regard to our CF Info email address. Since our last board meeting, nearly 700 emails have been processed through that email account, providing varying levels of assistance to people seeking help through that portal, or email address, I should say. We do have 3 regulations that are ripe for final adoption that are coming up later on in the agenda. We can provide further detail when we get to that part of the agenda. Happy to provide information as well as the certification of 2 statewide ballot proposals. And unless there are any questions, happy to hand off to Brian for any additional information.
Thank you, Kevin. I actually just have one item to add. Jessica Norgrove, who was the compliance specialist on the Democratic side, has accepted a position, a council position in the Division of Election Law Enforcement. and we wish her well. And her duties now have been assumed by Janine Crummel, who is in that position now, and she is doing a fantastic job. So that's a significant staffing change for us. We want to apprise the commissioners of it.
I know we'll be hearing from Michael Johnson in a minute, but where do we stand in terms of the compliance unit's reports on the January non-filers? Has that list gone to the enforcement unit?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it has.
Well, January. July is only 2 weeks now, right?
But yeah, yes.
All right. And all right, so then why don't we turn to Michael Johnson, the enforcement unit.
Thank you, Commissioners. We've closed a number of cases, as you're all aware. What we've also done is, in anticipation of one of the regulations to be adopted, we've started looking at the process of how non-filers were handled in the past, and we've started working on different efficiencies in terms of streamlining the process. We've been working with Hope and her group down in IT, helping to put together, automating the process a little bit more. And we're also looking, by working with Hope's folks, we're looking at introducing different efficiencies that we can incorporate that were not incorporated previously with regard to the going after all the non-filers. In terms of the non-filers, what we've done so far is on Monday we sent out a total of 3,007 emails to individuals who haven't made their filings yet for July. As of today, we've got 618 committees that have made their filings. What we will do between now and Monday is we will monitor that number to see where it is. Monday is when we send out certified letters to all of those entities that have not filed as of Monday. What we're doing with the January non-filers is we're reviewing that now and seeing if any of them have come into compliance since we've sent out our email on Monday. Then we will review that and begin the process of getting them into compliance. We also were anticipating, once this resolution takes effect, getting that process going and incorporating the non-filers from January in that process. Also,
Michael, when you use the word process, what do you mean? You have a process, you talk about a process of bringing them into compliance. What does that actually mean? What is the process?
The process can be determined based on, that process is fluid. It depends on how far in advance we need to be looking at folks. Typically, we look and see who's made their filing. Have they not made their filing? How many filings have they missed? Did they get any letters from us? Did they get any information from compliance? We look at those that might be in the committee's filings. So the process can take on many different steps depending on the situation. There's no one specific process.
But ultimately, are you talking about bringing an order to show cause against all of the January non-filers or most of the January?
Most of the January non-filers, because part of what we're envisioning right now is sort of as we're incorporating new steps into what was previously done, making certain that it does work as opposed to going out and finding out things that don't work. For instance, previously, when this was done before, from what I can recall, the process serving situation worked out seamlessly. we've had issues with the process serving firm that we've used, so we need to make certain that we can straighten those things out. There are a couple of matters, just as an aside, that we have before a couple of hearing officers, and it's like, depending on where things go, we may have a few more hearing officer cases.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
To non-filers in July.
Right.
What's the return of bad emails so far?
There was a return. I don't have that.
What I'm saying is there any number that was really bad for a while?
Right. Well, it's starting to get a little bit better, because what we do is when we send out emails and we get bad email addresses, we let compliance know to then try to track down the correct email addresses. So each time that we do this, we're finding we have less and less bad emails. And what we're also doing as part of this process, it was something that you had mentioned, Commissioner, which was a lot of times the candidates themselves don't know that a filing hasn't been made. So what we're also doing is sending my first-class letter, a letter to the candidates letting them know, hey, your committee hasn't made the filing, so they can be aware and reach out to the treasurer, because I've run into many candidates who say, oh my God, I didn't know the filing was made. So we're definitely doing that as well.
Good. Thank you.
I would just comment that I'm eagerly awaiting you to start the order to show cause process, so that virtually every committee that does not comply by not filing gets some kind of fine.
That's where we're hoping to get to, Doug.
I think you'll see that the level of compliance will go way back up again, even with relatively small fines. And I noticed that when Cheryl Kauser gave her public campaign finance report, she indicated that there were 8 committees that were late, all of which have filed, but that they're proceeding to give token fines to every committee that filed late. And I think they were talking $25. But I think that that's good as a message to the committee that we're serious. You have to comply with the rules, and it's not fair to opposing candidates who do comply when opponents don't file. So, happy to see that this is inching along to get on track where we actually do have enforcement for those who ignore the filing requirement.
I mean, just the emails alone, we're seeing a tremendous response in terms of people who make their filings. But again, it just continues increasing, so positive steps.
All right, well, thank you, Michael. So now we'll turn to public information. Jennifer Wilson.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon. Public Information Office has been busy like all the other units. In the month of May, we received and processed 101 FOIL requests. In June, 129. In July, 134 requests. We've almost completed all of them. We just have a few outstanding. On the website, we published the new page for online voter registration, which includes background information on the platform as well. We published the election night reporting page for the June primary. This is LLC and PLLC Statement of Identity list updated for 2019 through 2023. We also published the voting machine testing reports for Pure Ballot, Dominion, ES&S, as well as the recorded sessions of our public demonstrations. We published the draft ballot language, the proposed statewide ballot proposals, updated HAVA determinations, and then as Kristen mentioned, the website refresh is ongoing. We've seen some of the draft framing for that. It looks great so far. We're very excited. We're due to see more framing next week, so it's right on schedule. For the June primary, the staff worked to ensure the execution of the military and overseas ballot electronic transmission, so we met that May 12th deadline, and we did. All counties met the deadline. For early voting, we compiled the daily totals from each of the counties, and staff were on call for both weekends for voter inquiries. The main inquiry was people wondering why they weren't having primaries, so it's always an easy question. For our night voter update for our statewide voter registration database, staff also completed the review to make sure that the election totals were all correct in the database for the June primary for all the turnout that was had. For our NPRA and night voter reviews, staff visited a number of counties from the last meeting: Rouen, Columbia, Portland, Otsego, and Rensselaer. 32 counties are still due to be visited in 2023. However, we did just unfortunately have one of our staff moved on to the Saratoga Board of Elections to serve as commissioner, so it may be a little slower to do those visits now until the end of the year. We wish her the best of luck. Our voter registration form print updates has been an ongoing issue we've continued to keep you updated on. We did secure a new vendor to print our voter registration forms with perforations and taping, Crabber GAF Inc. We've not used them before. They're based out of Texas, but they had really good cost per form. We had a kickoff meeting with them, and so far so good. We'll place our first order in December or early January, and we'll get to see how they work out. We also placed an additional discretionary order to fill our balance for this year. We're expecting to get those delivered this month. Some exciting tech news. We've been given the opportunity, I should say, to upgrade our FOIL platform. Currently, for our Freedom of Information requests, they come in via email. You put them in a spreadsheet. It's very archaic. Some of them get routed to junk. There's not a great way to track them. We have been given the opportunity to use a free service, GovQA, which is being paid for by the state. All state agencies are being given this opportunity. This is a service that will allow requesters to do their request through a platform that we can actually have significant tracking. We can also now send our request for voter files electronically instead of sending discs. Right now we send discs. They cost about $2 a disc, and for the postage, we're going to be saving money in the long term instead of spending money, which is great. We are on schedule to release that platform in September, so it's very exciting. We're going to have the new website and the new FOIL platform. For public outreach for traditional media, we issued a press release on online voter registration, responded to inquiries about the primary election, the 10-day registration, the news registration deadline, and the first day of early voting being now registration day. We also responded to inquiries about primary election results and online and automatic voter registration. For social media, for Twitter, we published 19 tweets between May and July. These included information about the primary, information about deadlines, of course, our online voter registration kickoff. Our highest impressions were in May and June, 54,000 in May and 44,000 in June, and those were primarily centered on the primary as well as online voter registration. For Facebook, we published 17 posts. Our biggest engaged post was on online voter registration. We had 16,000 unique visitors. For Instagram, we published all the same posts onto our Instagram. That's our newest platform. It's been kind of slow growing it, but we are working on additional ways to boost engagement in non-election times that I hope to report about at the next meeting. For our email service, our list has grown to 700 subscribers, which sounds very small, but it is all organic growth, so it's actually pretty good. We sent 8 emails between June and July. The topics were deadlines for the primary, reminders about early voting and poll sites, announcements around the release of testing reports on the voting machines. We also shared the ballot proposal language and encouraged people to comment on that. And of course, we announced the commissioner meeting. Our open rate is around 16%, which is industry standard, so that's pretty good as well. And we're continuing again to work to organically grow that list. For our grants, our federal grants, we submitted our semi-quarterly federal financial reports to EAC for the cybersecurity grant. We also completed our secondary audit for the Office of the State Comptroller on that grant. This is a continuation from a 2021 audit. We were again given a gold star. They said we were doing perfectly in terms of our tracking and disbursement of the grant funding to the counties. For our state grants, we reported at the last meeting that we were reappropriated in the state budget, continuation of our state grants for early voting, for electronic poll books, for our secondary early voting, absentee postage, and our technology innovation and election resource grant. We also had some new money for our absentee voting grant, which is $4 million, and new money for the technology innovation and election research grant, which was $15 million. So we have gotten contracts out for extensions for the counties. There were a small number that now got pushed over the comptroller review threshold that we have to go back to the comptroller, get special final approval for the contract, new numbers and everything. So 29 counties, 14 for our technology grant, 15 for our absentee grant are still waiting for their extension. But OGS is promising by tomorrow we will have those numbers and the contract will be in hand. And then I'm going to end with very exciting news, which is new grant funding. In March, we applied for new grant funding through the Department of Homeland Security through the Federal Voting Assistance Program to upgrade our electronic military and overseas ballot system. And that application was to streamline our current program, NICE ballot, with our accessible program through enhanced voting. Right now there's two systems, very inconvenient for the counties to upload two systems. And I'm very pleased to announce we won our grant. So we will be receiving $806,000 so that we can go ahead and engage in that endeavor, and I'm hoping we can do that transition ahead of 2024. We're just working out how we're going to get the release of the funds, so ending on a very high note for my report.
What's the status of the annual report?
That's a great question. So the 2020, we have a draft. We are waiting for one more unit final report. I'm not going to say who.
No, I want to know.
Okay, it's operations. Sorry, Tom. We had switched over. It's not Tom's fault, though. In 2020, we had switched from our current CAPAS system from the old CAPAS system, and so he's just making sure the numbers do match. And once we have that, we will very quickly be able to breeze through 2021. And then I'm hoping by the time our new Director of Public Information is on board, maybe by the next meeting, maybe the meeting after, we'll have the two reports for you ready to approve. But I do apologize that those have been delayed. They've sort of been backburnered in John's absence, unfortunately.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. And last but not least, Michael Haber for Information Technology.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'll speak up a bit, so I might catch my voice there. Much of our work in ITU has been mentioned by some of the other business units in their reports, so I'll just highlight a few points. Certainly, I'm pleased to begin with the positive news as was previously reported on the successful deployment in May of our online voter registration solution, first phase. Our development team, analysis team, security and infrastructure teams all been a tremendous and laudable effort to bring this about in a fairly short amount of time. We also want to acknowledge the significant assistance we received from outside the agency from both NICEC and the technical team at Microsoft. Additional enhancements to the OVR application are in progress and will continue. An update was also given regarding the automatic voter registration system, where we have engaged with the rapid development team of the State Office of ITS to develop and deploy those services, which should be the most expedient and efficient manner. So we're looking forward to our internal IT unit teams mentioned above to continue to be actively engaged in this effort as well. In terms of space expansion, IT has been significantly involved in both the planning with OGS and selected construction contractors, as well as in the relocation of personnel between floors and from one part of the fifth floor to the other, including moving equipment, confirming network status, and so forth. Related to that, as the agency continues to grow in numbers of staff, our infrastructure team has been busy supporting the onboarding of new personnel, in addition to regular maintenance and upgrade activities. And we are also beginning an endpoint refresh process of replacing upcoming end-of-life user devices, such as laptops and related equipment. The website refresh, as I mentioned, continues to go very well as we work with the ITS Web Services Group. As you might recall, in parallel, we also engaged a third-party vendor on improvements to the display of historical information on the site. We received a progress review demonstration recently on that, and that looks to be on track. We anticipate that being completed by the end of this year or early next year. In terms of the public campaign finance and campaign finance refresh system, as was mentioned for the state board systems, IT obviously took a leading role in the technical and security evaluation of that. The status on that was previously mentioned. We are also in the process of being involved in interviews for the technical lead position for that system development. In terms of security, The Secure Elections Center is currently processing county submissions for the annual cybersecurity regulation compliance check, which were due to the State Board as of yesterday, August 1st. We do expect to have a more detailed analysis to provide at the next meeting once we have reviewed those submissions. As a follow-up to the original County Board risk assessments conducted in 2018, the Secure Elections Center is nearly complete with the first pilot county reassessment. Work has also begun with 2 remaining pilot counties, and will then fine-tune the assessment accordingly and expand it to the remaining counties. County boards will also be receiving invitations to conduct their annual cybersecurity awareness training next week, which is provided by the state. We also have an RFQ going out this week to continue providing network monitoring for counties. We're working separately with OGS to finalize a broader procurement to continue to upgrade our overall county security monitoring program to account for changes in county infrastructure as well as the threat environment. This year, the federal government's Homeland Security Grant Program included elections as a national priority area and required a 3% minimum spend by each state. New York State's Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Services runs a grant program for counties to pass through these funds. We're still awaiting the 2023 award notification from the federal government. That's usually in September. But our expectation is the mandatory spend will recur in 2024, being as that's a federal election year. Yesterday, our Chief Information Security Officer, Ben Spear, presented to the state's Homeland Security Senior Advisory Council on our existing efforts and the unique needs in elections. He plans to join a series of regional workshops to ensure that county emergency managers, and grant administrators are aware of how best they can support their county elections through these grant applications going forward. And lastly, in terms of conference attendance, IT will be participating next week at the meeting of the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center meeting that occurs nationally. Additionally, both Ben Spear and I will be joining many others from the State Board at the New York State Election Commissioners Association Conference later this month. And in September, we plan to join with elections IT directors and other personnel from across the nation for the National Association of Secretaries of State Tech Talk meeting. And that is the conclusion of my report, unless there are any questions.
Again, pretty thorough. Looks like a lot going on.
I have a question. Yes, Michael. After we get all our candidates and know who they are, is there a spot on the site where I can go put my address in and get a list of the candidates?
Yes, yes.
When does that occur?
I'm not sure the exact timing on that. It's going to provide it by the counties. Tom may have some insights there.
So at present, we use the same process that we use to set up our election night reporting. So after the counties have programmed their elections in their election management systems, they're able to export what we refer to as a zero file, which basically is just...
When does that occur?
Usually we would receive the file. We try to start getting it around 40 days before the election, because the ballot is usually built around 53-ish.
Okay, so I put my address in, I get my candidates, I know what office they're running to, I know their names.
Yep.
Yeah. We attach their websites to it.
So there are two things. Number one, there's no websites containing that information, because this is information that's coming out of an election management system. However,
they have to submit their website. Do we have their website?
So there's a second process by which, on the cover sheet, when they're actually filing petitions to get on the ballot, they have the opportunity to provide the State Board with a URL, which is for their web address. If they do, then that information is required to be posted on the website. It is not married with that data.
How far is it married?
That's not something that we've looked at, but we certainly could. And I can certainly see the desirability of what you're saying, so that the voter has one place to go to see that, but it's not something that we've explored at this point.
Do you have any idea how many people go into the I don't know, that total group of people they're voting for?
So one of the things...
Should put that on the to-do list?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure Michael could use more items on his to-do list.
Yeah, actually more. Just kidding.
Good for you.
No, absolutely. I certainly can look into exploring that. It would just be a matter of being able to match up relevant candidate with the information that they provide in the website.
Now that you have that, you have this site where someone puts their address, it goes to whatever their voting list is with a pen and a website, okay? Now let me ask you another question. Can we develop another URL that gets us right to that? Instead of going to New York State Board of Elections, like Smart Voter.
So,
Smart Voter.
Who owns that domain? I will say that recently we have had discussions about the need to improve, I don't even want to say improve, but kind of really redevelop the information, which is now has been kind of added onto the voter lookup page. So previously, if you go back a couple of years, all we had was the ability for someone to enter in their information and find out some information about their voting record. So their name, their address, what their party was, what their status was, things like that. Over the past couple of years, especially since 2019, with the additional legislation that's been passed, we've been adding a lot of functionality to that section. So first it was, here's a link and a map for where you go to vote for Election Day. Then it was, here you go, here's your place that you go, or here are choices to go to vote for early voting with a map, things like that. Then we started bringing in candidate information from the Zero files. Then we also attached on the absentee tracking. So when someone requests an absentee ballot, information about their application, also when the ballot is sent, if the ballot is received, if the ballot is counted or rejected, and if so, why, or if there's a critical defect. That information is all being shown on one long run-on page. So there have been recent discussions about trying to redevelop that into more of a voter information portal. So we definitely want to make that process better and make that information more user-friendly. With regard to your second question, as far as pointing a specific, vanity URL or domain to that part of our website, that's a simple thing to do.
Looking at all that now?
Yes. Well, I wouldn't be looking at the domain necessarily, but that's an easy thing to do. We are looking at the other functional stuff.
What candidates are not on?
Actually, the information that we received through the Zero file would have all information on the ballot. So even though we only report for election night reporting on certain offices, like Supreme Court and above, there is no limitation on what comes in on that file. So we should be able to show town council, town clerk, all of those things down to the local level. As long as it was programmed on the ballot, it'll be contained in the file that we receive. And so we would then just kind of display it to the voter based on their election district, so what they would actually see on their specific ballot.
The reason I'm asking is because I'm concerned constantly about turnout. And part of what the effect of turnout is that they don't know who they're voting for, they don't care who they're voting for. It's not simple to find out who you're voting for unless your particular commissioner in the locality has the ability and puts that kind of situation. And they usually do it later in the election. So the reason I talk about a new URL is that, our URL is a state URL. And it's not catchy, to say the least. If you had something like smartvoter.com, whatever, and then we can get the state to pay to advertise for 40 days, I think we would be able to increase the ability of people to actually go and look at these things and then go and vote. We have nitpicked everything in elections in terms of early voting, we're just recycling the same people. I didn't early vote before, but I voted all the time. Now I just go vote 10 days before or 8 days before, or whenever it is. And we've got a situation, especially in primaries, where we're picking the guy or the person or the woman who runs, and then they vote in the general. And we're not getting the quality of candidates that we should be getting in this whole process. We've got to increase the turnout in the primaries. That's very important, and generally because then all the gimmicks and all the other things that all our experts do in a campaign have less and less of that. And the people have their choice. So I think that with all the things that we're doing, that's great. That's a great framework. But unless we get people out to vote, it's irrelevant.
Right, and I think that with regard to the agency-wide software acquisition, one of the things, as Kristen mentioned in her report, is we'll be redeveloping CAPAS, which is the Candidate and Petition Administration System. And what we're trying to do is try to figure out how can we tie into the counties for multiple reasons, because obviously compliance needs to know who's running locally so that they can make sure that those individuals are filing their disclosure reports. We have to figure out a way to kind of create a pipeline to kind of collect that data from the county level, because we don't necessarily get that now, or by the time we get it now, it's not as early as maybe we'd like it to. We'd like to get that information when they first file their petitions. So we're looking at ways of trying to get that information sooner and in a more automated way, not a manual way of send me a scan of your petition and I'll manually enter it into our system. With regard to getting that information out there, I mean, obviously something like a single vanity URL to point to one place on our website is one thing. The approach that I've taken, because I've been involved in a lot of other projects throughout my time here with other entities, and actually Jen recently, she didn't mention it in the report, but we were recently asked we were invited to kind of participate in a group called Democracy Works, and they have a thing called Turbo Vote. What they do is they are civic developers, so they will develop applications around civic processes like voting. That's one of the things that we got involved in early on, was the Voting Information Project, which then kind of later moved into the Google Civic API. So when we provide information to them for every election, that's the information that Facebook ties into. That's the information that Instagram or everyone else ties into. So we're making sure that we're publishing the accurate data. We're the trusted source of that information. So I know that they've had interest for years, so have I. Unfortunately, we're dealing with the bottom-up system in New York, which makes it hard to easily get that information at the county level. So we are working towards being able to provide that information out so that it's not just on us to develop applications around it. That information will then be freely available to civic developers, so if they want to create an app or they want to create a website, at least they're using the trusted information. So we don't have to worry about this site says this site says that.
And I will keep bringing this up.
And I will keep on working on it.
I will keep bringing it up. And maybe cognitive dissonance will work, and in the long run, we'll get something. Okay?
You got it.
And then we'll have the state pay for the advertising.
Sounds good.
Let me just give a plug for the New York City vote.nyc. Pretty simple, and I think that's what you have in mind.
That's right.
Simple.
Thank you.
You got it.
All right. Anything else? All right, well then, I think that concludes the unit reports, and we'll move to new business. The first is Resolution 23-19 to appoint Kathleen McGrath as Director of Public Information. Is there a motion and a second?
So
I'll move it.
Second.
All right. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so congratulations, Kathleen.
I'd like to officially welcome Kathleen in the new position. I've known her for quite a while, even before she came to the board. Always impressed by her professionalism, her work ethic, and since she's been here, she's really demonstrated the ability, not only her work ethic, but the ability to pick up a whole new body of work and adapt very well to what she's doing. She's been a great asset here, and I think we speak for both of us. Peter and I are very pleased to make this appointment, and we thank you and Mr. Spano for voting for us.
Well, and we have also gotten excellent reports, and so we're very happy. Please. Thank you, Kathleen.
Did you get to sit at the table now, or?
All right. Next is Resolution 23-20, which is the final adoption of our amendment to the enforcement regulations, which I think we were referring to before during Michael Johnson's report because it will effectively authorize enforcement to bring orders to show cause directly without going through the hearing officer's process as we used to do before what some of us regard as the very unfortunate amendment to the law that happened 6 years ago. Maybe it's longer than 6 years.
Maybe now. It is.
All right, so does anyone have any discussion on Resolution 2320?
Basically, finalizes something we've been discussing a long time. I move the adoption.
Second. All right, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the resolution is adopted. All right, the next is Resolution 23-21, which is the final adoption on the revisions to the cover sheet regulations in order to conform to the new statute. And we've also discussed that before. Someone want to move that?
Yeah, so
I'll second it. Is there any discussion?
Yeah,
Do you
can we
want to
just,
report?
I'd just like a clarification of what this does, I guess. So, I don't know who's here to...
Brian and Kevin are both.
If you could just explain, this kind of amends the objection process for petitions and requires specific...
Yes, so it's a conforming regulation regarding changes to the specifications of protections. Among other things, it replaces the phrase registered or certified mail with overnight mail. It specifies petitions and certificates be deemed separate instruments as to the candidate's name therein, and amends our sample cover sheet to include the email notifications per the new law. Provide an email. Those are the primary.
So my understanding, if a petition has 5 candidates on it, and I only want to object to 1, I can do that?
Correct.
And that will not affect the other 4 candidates?
Does overnight mail still restrict to U.S. Postal Service, or does it now include
Owing to other language in the statute that's been added in recent years, it should include those other services.
Anything else?
We have a motion?
Yes. Commissioner Spano made the motion. I seconded it. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The resolution is adopted. Next is Resolution 23-22, also for final adoption that we previously discussed. Revisions to the regulations to conform to the amendment to the law with respect to party positions determined by gender.
And I understand this just really mimics what the statute requires, just puts it in regulation.
That's correct.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move it.
second.
All right. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that resolution is adopted. All right, next is the certification of the statewide ballot proposals, which is Resolution 23-23. I think that warrants an explanation.
Sure. We have 2 statewide ballot proposals that are going to be on the ballot general election. The first removes small city school districts from the special constitutional debt limitation, and the second extends for 10 years the exclusion of sewage project debt from the that same constitutional debt limit. This is going to be a resolution approving both the language of the proposal as it would appear on the ballot, as well as the abstract that would appear on our website explaining said ballot proposal.
All right, yeah, I want to just give some back, well, Peter, if you had a question.
I had a question just because I got a new form, just I think yesterday, the proposal for the ballot itself, changing one of the little bit of the language. I'm just trying to understand what the issue was there. So the one I have in front of me right now says that the proposed amendment removes constitutional amendments so that they will have parity with other school districts. The original one that I had read said it has the same limits. I'm just trying to understand why we moved from same limits to parity.
Amazing, because I've asked the same question, and I think the same was better language
Yeah,
than
right.
parity.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Why did we go with parity instead of same limits?
And I think also, as a way of background, it would be helpful to explain what the evolution of this text has been, because this is quite different from what the Attorney General said.
Ironically, used same in the first resolution.
In the abstract.
I know we have had a couple different versions of this. I apologize to try to...
I mean, I could do my, and I'll say what I know has happened, is that under the statute, the Attorney General is charged with doing the first draft of the abstract and the question. The Attorney General sent us a draft 3 weeks ago or so, and I looked at it and said, you know, we just passed, the Senate and Assembly have passed a bill requiring plain language in the abstract and the question. That bill has not yet been sent to the governor and is not yet in effect. But I said, why shouldn't we apply those principles to the gobbledygook that was sent over from the Attorney General's office? Brian or Aaron, I don't know who actually gets the credit for doing this, actually applied the formula in the statute that's not yet in effect, and the Attorney General's text came out at grade 26, which is postgraduate. I tried my hand at writing a simpler draft, I think there have been many revisions from that draft that I wrote. We did circulate this to some usability organizations. Is that on the record or not?
Well, we received comments from Common Cause. I know you sent them language. Also, significantly, we did post the Attorney General's language and an initial staff analysis of that language on our website, so it was published to the world.
All right. It's amazing how I had the exact same question, Commissioner. So, is there any objection to going back to removing the words parity, which I regard as a high school or college word, and using the same, which is a word that would rate simpler on the language scale?
Well, yeah, it makes sense, because the abstract says same as, and
So
what the voter reads says parity. You're right.
I hate to overrule the staff, if there's a reason.
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to understand what the reason was, because I just got this, you know, originally the language said have the same limits as all of the school districts, then I think just yesterday I got language that removed same limits and inserted the word parity. I'm just trying to understand what caused that change.
I would like to make a run at supporting the change, and then, but I certainly don't think that it is highly consequential if the change is, you know, if there's a reversion back to those two words only are changed. The prior version said so they will have the same limits as, and then the new version says we'll have parity with. So we went from 4 words in a construction to a 2-word construction, and there is a very slight differential in meaning. Same limits as could be understood to be the same fixed and hard number limit, for example, whereas parity with is making it plain that they're being treated the same. But again, I think there's a subtlety in difference. I think we did move from 4 words to 2. But if a change is made, you know, in that phrase, I certainly don't think that, you know, the sky is not going to come crashing down on us.
So you think there's a difference between, I mean,
I think there's a...
I mean, I think I do too, frankly, that there's a difference between the word parity and same, but I'm trying to understand how whether one accurately reflects what the change is doing better than the other. You think the word parity better reflects what the constitutional amendment will do?
I do believe that the phrase parity with is better than the phrase the same limits as.
Explain why then.
Which is the language that it's using. Because I think that, so that when you read the sentence, small city school districts, so they will have blank, either the same limits as all other school districts or parity with all other school districts. I think it's understanding, I think parity with better expresses the notion that they're going to be treated under the law the same way, as opposed to some notion that there's like a fixed limit of like $170 that applies to them. And so I just think I think it is technically more accurate.
My view is that we're all at least grade 19 in terms of our own education background, and we know what parity means. But I think the same as will communicate the same legal effect in terms of whether the amendment is adopted or not, and will be clearer, easier for a voter with only a grade school education to understand.
Well, to be honest, I'm less concerned about that than I am about accurately stating what the change does. I think that should be our goal, and I don't want to use language that's too hard to understand, but I also don't want to use language that's inaccurate in describing to people what they're voting on. Yeah. So I'm trying to understand, you know, how Brian is distinguishing parity from same limits, and whether or not that language is a better reflection of the amendment itself. Now, in the abstract, it says if this constitutional amendment passes, small city school districts would be eligible to have the same debt limit as other school districts enacted via legislative action. Is that inaccurate as well then, Brian? Is that statement in the abstract also inaccurate in your mind?
I don't think it's inaccurate.
Then why isn't that same language, same debt limit, accurate down under the of the ballot?
Yeah, in my opinion, so when you're reading the abstract, you have multiple sentences that are placing the entire thing into context, and you have multiple other places in the abstract itself where a would-be construction is used, which alludes to this more specifically the nature of what's going on, whereas in the question itself that appears on the ballot, you essentially have really one substantive sentence. I acknowledge, Commissioner, that it is a minor distinction, and as I said, I don't think that the world comes crumbling down if you change the language. I also don't think that parity with in a two-word construction is materially more difficult to understand than the phrase "the same limits as." But you know, fundamentally, this is your call.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, my concern was largely raised by the fact that the abstract was using same debt limit, and that was tracking through the form same limit, and that those were then consistent. And that by inserting the term parity, you're making the abstract inconsistent with the form. That was my real concern, I guess, that we were sort of representing two different concepts within the same constitutional amendment, and we shouldn't be doing that. The abstract should be consistent with the form, but of course, as I said, the main goal is to make sure they're accurately portraying what the voter's voting on.
Can I come back to it, because I think, you know, I think this also further assists in answering the question, which is, in that sentence that you're referring to, it says small city school districts, instead of what it would have said before, which is, will be subject to the same, it changes to would be eligible to have the same limit as other school districts enacted via legislative action. And then we did remove the phrase "would then be the same" in the very first sentence of the abstract. So one reference to "would be the same" was taken out in favor of "would be established." And then in the sentence that you were referring to, the word "same" is there, but it's substantially modified. Would be eligible to have the same, as opposed to will have the same. And the reason for that is that by way of further just background, the legislature has already adopted a law that would provide this, has sent to the governor legislation that could become a law if she signs it, that would provide for the small city school districts to have the same debt limit. And it has a be it enacted clause that would put it into effect automatically when and if the constitutional amendment passes. So just appreciating that there's a contingency in there, the would be established language, I think, is serving a purpose.
So what this does is it takes the small school districts out of the constitutional requirement that it can't be more than 5%, and then leaves it with the state legislature to decide what their debt limit will be?
Yes.
Is that my understanding of how this is going to work?
Yeah. And what the state legislature has signaled already by passing through that Assembly and the Senate that they will do is, or that they want done, and they just need the governor to sign it, is they have applied the same debt limit to the small city school districts that apply to all of the others. And with an effective date that is contingent on the passage of the constitutional amendment, which would give them the prerogative to do that. But the governor has not actually signed that legislation.
I mean, I got to be honest with you, Brian, as we're discussing this, I'm not sure I agree with either parity or same as. I'm not sure either one's actually correct. Do you think?
I think...
I'm not sure parity's the right word either.
I think it is.
I know you do, but I'm telling you I don't. You drafted this, right?
Well, while you guys were talking, I looked up parity.
Yeah, go ahead.
State of being equal.
See, I'm not sure that's accurate either, frankly. I'm not sure it's state of being equal. I'm not sure of that. So it's just making it eligible for the state legislature to then decide what their limit will be. Is that what it's doing? Where right now the legislature can't do it because the Constitution demands it, this will allow the state legislature to set the limit for the small school districts, just like they do for the big ones.
I think that's true.
Well, except that it will provide that the constitutional limitation will be the same.
Okay.
And then it's up to the legislature to enact. But, you know, the point of this is that there is text of the amendment, which the legislature passed.
Of course. But nobody reads. I mean, my concern in large part is nobody reads that. Nobody reads the abstract. People read the form. That's what people are probably going to read, is the form on the ballot. And I think it's critical that that be accurate in its portrayal of what they're voting on. Because I think, you know, the abstract's a nice idea, but who reads it?
Well, and how many people understand what constitutional debt limitation is?
Well, I don't know. I hate to beat this into the ground, but...
All right. Well, Peter, we have three choices. We can go with the resolution.
Yep.
We can change it from back to what it was before, the same as, or we can kick this off because the deadline is not...
Yeah. When is the deadline?
August 7th.
What?
Oh, we can't kick this off. It's August 7th. August 7th.
Oh, you're right.
We can't kick
I thought it was later. Okay.
No.
Well, look, my choice is to use the same as, but I'm flexible.
I know, I am too, actually. I don't mean to be too...
Yeah, but we're the commissioners. We have to make a decision.
We do.
Well, I don't like parity.
You don't like parity?
No. I think same as is better.
When you're voting on, that's what it's, how does the word be treated the same? We'll have 3%. The legislature makes the decision, not, right?
Will be treated the same.
So the legislature will treat them the same way. They will change their constitutional debt limit as it seems fit.
So they will be treated the same as all. What do you think of that, Mike? How do you like that, Amy? Will be treated the same as all of this.
Yeah, right.
How do you like that?
It's an extra word
Brian?
I think an extra word's gonna create long lines at the polling place.
I don't, I'm just saying that it adds I'm not opposed to it.
Yeah, other than the word, other than increasing the length, that's...
have no idea they're gonna vote on this. They walk in, they read this stuff, so the easier it is to understand, the better it is for them. That's right.
What do we think about will be treated the same?
I don't object.
I don't object, but I prefer just the same as.
I like what you just said.
You like will be treated? You like will be treated? I think we're going with like to be treated.
Do we have the exact words now?
Just to recite for the record, so it will now read, so starting with the comma on the second line, comma, so they will be treated the same as all other school districts, period, shall the proposed amendment be approved.
Yeah.
That would be the amendment that's being offered up.
Okay.
So I think it'd be best to vote on the amendment and then, or just deem it amended.
Well, actually, nobody's moved the resolution.
True, that's true,
So I will move the resolution so that it reads, as Commissioner Casal has proposed, so they will be treated the same as all other school districts. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second, please.
Got to be Tony's second.
All right. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. The resolution is adopted. All right. Next, we move to Resolution 23-24. And this is the certification of clear ballots, clear count, central count, optical scanning, voting system upgrade. And this is the upgrade, and I don't believe we've gotten any negative comments from the public on this. Does somebody want a discussion on this one? All right, make a motion?
I'll second it.
All right, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so 2324 is adopted. Now, 2325, we have two versions. We have one version that I drafted and one version that the staff drafted. So I will move my own version. Is there a second?
Which is which?
All right, the one with the attachment is the staff version, and...
Is yours a separate proposal, or is yours an amendment to the original?
Mine is I offered it as a separate resolution, but...
The number's the same.
Because the staff couldn't come to agreement on what should go on the agenda, so now they're both on the agenda.
No, I understand it's on the agenda, it should be on the agenda. We have an agenda item which is 23-25. Anything else should be considered an amendment to 23-25 unless you want to make this 23- something else.
Well, and I don't think it works that way. I think that the commissioners have the right to adopt an agenda, and neither side has the right to veto a resolution from coming forward.
Well, maybe we could discuss the difference between the two.
Exactly.
I'm trying to understand the difference between the two.
All my version does is make it clear that now that we have certified, or we're in the process of certifying a clear ballot voting system, that the automatic audit tool needs to comply with the spirit and letter of the statute and our regulations, which in effect is that you can't use the same configuration files for the audit as you use for the election. So my language is to say that you can only use the Clear Ballot automated audit tool to audit ballots that have been cast on other voting systems that are independent from the Clear Ballot Clear Count system. And that tracks the language of 9-211 that authorizes an automatic audit tool for by an independent voting system.
Okay. Then I'd like to hear from the staff as to why their resolution did not include that kind of language.
I mean, I'll take a stab at it. I mean, so 6210.20, which is the regulations around the use of an automated audit tool, does already have language in it. So the definition of an automated audit tool shall mean software, device, or other similar product which is designed without access to the proprietary election management software or hardware and is based upon separate software that is programmed separate and apart from any election management software that is used to configure ballots and tabulate votes as cast on certified voting systems. To kind of distill that down to, more plain language, the idea is that you can't audit yourself. So right now, the ClearCount software, which has been used separately as the central count system and also authorized as an automated audit tool, is also still shares a lot of its code base, its programming, with the Clear Vote system that is also up for certification. So the problem is that right now the staff feels that there is too much overlap of the programming of the two systems to allow ClearCount to audit Clear Vote. That doesn't necessarily mean that Clear Ballot can't audit Clear Ballot at some point in the future, but they would have to demonstrate that the systems are significantly independent as required already in the regulation. So I think the amendment to the resolution is just really putting a period or an emphasis on language that kind of is already in the regulation, but I think as Commissioner Kellner said, is in the context of us taking up a full voting system by the same vendor at this meeting.
So you don't disagree with the principle that's at play here?
No.
Okay. So we don't have a disagreement there. It's just Commissioner Kellner's resolution inserts language that you think is inherent in the ballot audit system?
Yeah, in the regulatorily...
The regulations already address that?
I think it's just emphasizing language that's already in the...
Redundant here to do it again, but it's not harmful?
I don't think it's harmful.
Okay. All right. So I have one question about your resolution, beyond what you said already. You have, in the resolution, removed the language currently certified to be used in New York State. Why did you remove that language?
Because that's sort of irrelevant, because obviously they can't cast a ballot unless the voting system has been certified. And the real issue is that to make it clear that they...
But don't we want to make sure it's a currently certified system in New York State? Isn't that language that needs to be in there? Because we don't want them using anything that's not certified by the state of New York, right?
I don't have a problem. That's good form. They should set. But then we'd have to insert the words "which are independent." Or that.
I mean, it seems like there's an agreement that this new language is not changing anything. It's just emphasizing that it has to be independent, which I think we all agree to anyways. Sure. I guess my concern is removing that language implies, by removing it, that you could use a system that's not currently certified.
That was not my intent.
I didn't think so, but I think we should leave that in there because I think that's important.
Okay.
I don't think we have a problem with the insertion, this independent concept being memorialized in this resolution as it already is in regulation.
And this is specific only to the version of software being reviewed now, so ClearCount 2.2.5. So, like I said, if in the future they come up with a new version of the software that they hope to use to audit another Clear Ballot system of some future development.
It's truly independent.
Correct.
Then they could do it.
And that determination that it's independent will come back to the commissioners.
Yes. I mean, as we
certify that, and that would be decided at that time.
All right, so, Peter, why don't you just look at that and see if that's the text that we agree on?
Subsequent certifications with the city hall.
Yeah, I think so.
So, just leave that.
Adding back. What did you put that on?
Here.
I got it. All right. So I think we have an agreement that we would just amend the amendment, which actually reinserts some language that was in the original, so the amendment gets actually closer to the original, and I think better reflects what we're actually doing here today.
Who's going to be the official secretary for this meeting?
I'll do it.
Ryan?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to read it, and then I'll hand it to you again. So the resolution is going to say, now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners of the New York State Board of Elections do hereby authorize the Clear Ballot Clear Count System version 2.2.5 as an automated audit tool pursuant to Section 9211 of the election law to be used by election officials in New York State in conformance with the regulations set forth in Section 6210.20 for ballots that have been cast on voting systems that are currently certified to be used in New York State that are independent from the Clear Ballot Clear Count system. All right, so is there a second for that?
Can I, before we go to that, can I just, Amy brought up an issue that, should we remove the word currently? Because then that kind of,
if something gets newly certified, will that?
That are certified.
But you
just remove the word
just certified
You had the word currently in your resolution. Why do you want to remove it now?
Because we would want subsequent certifications to be able to use this tool that were independent of this. So, in other words, we wouldn't have to revisit
So you don't
the
have to be
resolution.
currently certified. You could be certified in the future.
right.
Just certified for use in New York State.
Yep. Okay.
Is that
That
okay?
are certified to be used. So we're removing the word currently now.
Commissioner Casal?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to read the last phrase again.
Yep.
So pursuant to Section 9211 of the election law to be used by election officials in New York State in compliance with the regulations set forth in Section 6210.20 for ballots that have been cast on other voting systems that are certified to be used in New York State that are independent from the Clear Ballot Clear Count system. All right. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so next we have the two versions of the resolution 23-26 for certification of the Dominion Democracy Suite 5.16 bracket D Suite 516 voting system. And there is a staff version and there is my version. On the second page, I have inserted language in two places. One is to note that the NYSTEC report is not a clean, unconditional endorsement of the 5.16 system, but instead notes that there are issues that can be safely mitigated. And one illustration, but it's just one illustration of what I read from the NISTEC report, is the next additional language, which is to note, well, all right, I'm sorry. Let me try to keep it simple. That Dominion has already submitted and obtained certification from the U.S. Election Assistance Commission and from the state of Georgia on version 5.17, which addresses some of the issues raised in the NISTEC report and addresses the issue that has been the subject of some public controversy and perhaps misunderstanding by some election integrity advocates on an issue called the DVS order glitch that is not addressed in version 516. So I've added those two references in the whereases, and then the bottom line is that I'm adding language that says that adds a condition to the certification, which I believe Dominion has no objection to, which is that they submit for further review and approval an upgrade to incorporate the additional security and privacy features contained in Democracy Suite 5-17, 5.17, and that addresses the two discrepancies explicitly referred to in the SLI report. And I don't know that I'm not seeking to publicly disclose what those discrepancies are. They're related security issues, and our policy is not to publicly discuss the security issues. I am confident, after reading the technical reports, that those security issues are mitigated by the procedures that NISTEC reviewed, and that it's up to the operations unit to make sure that the counties actually follow those procedures. But obviously, if there's an upgrade that addresses those security issues, I think we should ask Dominion. So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay. Well, this sort of begs the question to me then. So you're telling me that the 517 version has already been certified in Georgia?
Yes.
So it begs the question, why aren't they submitting the 517 to New York State? Maybe our staff can help us with that.
So I don't necessarily, Gio, I don't know if you know the exact dates. I mean, obviously our certification process takes some time. 516 is the immediate predecessor to 517. I don't know when 517 was actually submitted to the EAC for federal certification. And Georgia is not like necessarily New York, that we have our own examination process. So they may simply accept federal certification as good enough.
So it's certainly not as robust as our procedures.
Do you know when it was submitted to?
And somebody made a comment to me, am I asking them to submit 517 for certification in New York? And the answer is no. I'm asking for them to submit an update that incorporates the security and privacy features contained in version 517. So, I mean, they may very well submit to New York a 518 or a
okay, fair enough. All right.
And Dominion has no objection to that, right?
You have no objection to this language in here? I mean, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, we're certifying a system then, this is the way this is being presented, that has some issues that could be resolved by a future version of the same software.
Better resolved.
Better resolved. Okay. Better. And it's a better way to resolve it rather than mitigating.
And I'll tell you, one of the things that I'm addressing here is that in the last time you know, we had a big debate over the Dominion ice machine. And I would like to speak at that after we review the text to just address what the integrity have been objected to. We agreed by consensus that there would be issues that would be addressed in further reports. So when this report came, I said, okay, what were the issues we last time said needed to be addressed, and how have they been addressed? And the answer was not satisfactory to me. It leads me to feel that we now have to, if we, rather than have inchoate understanding that certain things are going to be done, that they should be spelled out and explicitly put in the resolution. And effectively, by saying that this is conditioned that Dominion submit for further review and approval within a reasonable time, we're basically giving a warning shot that we do expect them to actually do this, and if they don't do this, that
well, my concern,
we're making a record of it.
Fair enough. I guess my concern about this is, this then says that it creates a condition, I guess, is what the idea is, that Dominion submits something to us within a reasonable time without defining what reasonable time means. So we don't know the dates. We don't know what that means. I guess it's maybe our discretion. Right. But it also raises the specter, I guess, of a potential decertification. I mean, if Dominion doesn't come in within what you consider to be a reasonable time, I don't know what that is, and provide the 517 for testing, is then there potential for decertification of the 516 going to be presented? And that just puts our counties in a very difficult position of potentially purchasing a system that the state board has not signed off on unconditionally and may decertify down the road, and now I bought a machine and bought a system that somehow 2, 3, 4 years from now, the state board says, they didn't supply the new version, we're no longer okay with the old version, it's out, and now I'm stuck with a bad machine I have to eat, and I don't want to put the counties in that position.
The point you're making is exactly why we should put this language in there, because by contract, Dominion will be obligated to do this. We always have the right to decertify. Our regulations provide a procedure for decertification.
Right.
And we can always do that. But by putting this language in the text of the resolution, we are binding Dominion contractually to do this. So it doesn't put the counties in the position of, if it doesn't get done and we decide that it's appropriate to decertify, which is pretty unlikely, but it's out there. We have set forth in advance that we expect DS 16-23 and DS 16-25, which are cited in the NICETEC report as vulnerabilities to be addressed. I mean,
not with the enforcement of the 17, just mitigating the circumstances.
They've already mitigated. NICETEC has found that there's adequate mitigation. And I've reviewed that, and I agree. And I might add that I'm not a computer expert, and because all of this is confidential, I was not able to consult with computer experts about, to give a third opinion. NICETEC's the second opinion. But to get a third opinion on whether it's been adequately addressed. But look, I'll put it on the table. If we don't have a commitment that they're going to do this, I'm not going to approve the certification.
But this is a very sort of vague commitment when you ask for it to be done in a reasonable time. I mean, we could come back here in 3 weeks and say, they haven't done it, and that was a reasonable time in our minds, and now we're going to decertify you because you didn't meet our reasonable time condition.
You want to put a deadline on it? I'll put a deadline on it.
It seems to me that would be a minimum, but I'm just uncomfortable putting our counties out there that there's a condition on their purchase of a machine that if it's not met, we're going to decertify that machine, I guess. I mean, I'm not sure what your remedy is. If they don't come in this reasonable time, what's the remedy? The remedy to me, the only remedy that I can
come up with... To bring it back to the commissioners, where we would need 3 commissioners to decertify.
Well, just leave it that way. You said, I wasn't aware that we have the power to decertify at any time, right?
Well, of course we do.
Then why don't we just let it go the way it is, and then if we feel we're not...
But then if we decertify, then we're opening up the counties to an issue of whether they have to pay for the upgrade. Whereas if we put it in the certification resolution, it's part of the contract that Dominion would have to comply with this condition on the sale of the machines. So I don't know why we would agree to do this without.
Well, what happens when Dominion doesn't comply? That's my question. What happens when, let's say, this reasonable time runs, whatever that amounts to be, a year? Let's say a year. Let's just take that, as an example. That year runs. They didn't meet the condition. They didn't submit this 5.17 version. What happens?
Then we would have to take action.
And what would that action be?
We would have to find that they didn't comply and decide whether to decertify or to do something else.
What is that something else? I mean, that's my concern. Is it seems to me our only authority here is to certify or not certify. Yes, we can always decertify, although we have to have a reason. I mean, I don't think we can just decertify a machine for no good reason.
If you don't like this language, you go ahead and certify try to certify without the language. I don't know if you have 3 votes to do it. I am not going to certify 516 without a written contractual commitment to address these issues. So, and now I can go into some more background.
I'd like to clarify.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would just like you to clarify something for me. The DVS order, that's on a report, which is the cast vote record, is that correct?
Yes.
Which we, under Cosmitter v. Whitney in New York State, do not release, correct?
Yes.
So isn't this...
Well, it's mentioned in our resolution as well, because we do bring up the DVS order, and that was not removed from the resolution language.
Okay.
DVS order is not the same as these 2 gyros.
I'm just asking for clarification.
Right, and we would have to go into executive session to discuss the 2 gyros.
Well, then maybe we should.
Maybe we should. I need more clarification. I got to tell you, I am not comfortable with this language. I think it sets our counties up in a very difficult position. I mean, Dominion's obligations are one thing, but our counties have to know they can buy a system that they can rely on and they can use for the future. I am uncomfortable putting our counties in a position where they are potentially buying a system that has a condition attached to it that could easily end up decertifying, because I don't know what other remedy exists if this doesn't occur. Let me finish. I'm not sure what other remedy exists if they don't comply with this condition. Then our counties have potentially purchased a system, spent millions of dollars maybe, that they no longer can use because we just decertified it, and there they are sitting there with a machine that's decertified. I think that puts our counties in an extremely difficult position if they're looking at buying this machine, which I'm sure a number of them are, because I know a lot of them use Dominion systems, and I'm just very uncomfortable with that. So yes, do I want to go into executive session and learn more about this? Absolutely. I need to know a lot more about this before I'm ready to vote on something that puts a condition like that I think puts our counties in this extraordinarily difficult position.
All right.
So that's my position.
And I would just say just the opposite. Not putting this leaves the counties far more exposed, as well as us, more exposed, especially when you have the vendor saying that they will do this. And we're just simply making it a commitment that they do it.
But we've got the mitigating conditions already as part of the system. Yeah, so it isn't like this isn't addressed. This is addressed, as I understand it, and tell me if I'm wrong, this is addressed through mitigating actions that our counties take to make sure these systems are secure.
Yes.
So that's, it already is addressed, it's just how do you address it?
Yes.
There's two other things I think that just need to be kind of considered is, so the conversation that has been had with Dominion with regard to their willingness to change something in a future submission specifically was revolved around the DVS order. And Gio, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the Dominion approach towards development is that every new version is kind of branched off of the previous one. So any future submission, not necessarily 517, would likely include the same approach that 517 does to address the issue that is currently still in 516, which we believe is mitigated by other methods. The other question, though, when it comes to the correction or the modification of software, is, in my opinion, sometimes a larger software issue because Dominion submitted 516, which is a substantial different piece of software than the last version. Obviously, the last version was running on Windows 7. This one's running on Windows 10.
And the last version was 5.5, right?
Yeah. No, 5.5 was the Georgia version. I think the last version in New York is 4.9. Yeah.
Even worse, right.
So the question then remains somewhat as, what if their next submission is 5.35? I mean, it could drastically look different from 516 today. So, I mean, these issues that we've looked at and the two JIRAs that were identified that we believe are also mitigated through either procedures or some other compensating control could look completely different. So is the question that we're looking for Dominion to do a modification of 516 as it exists today that's like 516, or is it just any future submission by the vendor, whatever it may be, whenever it may be, will address these issues that were identified by this testing?
I'm fine either way. I'm fine either way. The question is what's simplest for Dominion to address that issue so that they eliminate the DVS order from the system, which I agree is reasonably mitigated already, but they already have a solution for it, so why not use it in New York? And then to address these two other JIRAs. And I'm willing to be reasonable. If you want a time limit for this, I'm willing to put in a time limit. I don't see Dominion saying, no, this is unreasonable for them. And I don't understand why we wouldn't want to protect ourselves and protect the counties to make sure that this eventually gets done. Okay.
Well,
you want to make a motion to go in executive session?
I do. I guess I need more information. I just don't see how this protects our counties. I mean, I see where it puts our counties in jeopardy. I see where it puts our counties in a situation where they're potentially buying a machine that's going to become decertified in the near future, and they're stuck with it. That's the potential I see. I mean, if these things can be fixed and they want to fix, that's great. I mean, I think the mitigations are great. I think if you can do it with a software fix, that's great too. But I think that to put a condition into this certification, if I was a county, I don't know how I'd buy the machine. I don't know the future of this machine. How can I, in good faith, go to my county legislature and say, I need $10 million to buy these systems that I can't guarantee you will still be usable in a year, or whatever period of time the state board picks.
Wait a minute, but that's a mistake that you're saying, because the contract specifically requires, the contract between the counties and Dominion explicitly requires that Dominion meet all the state certification requirements. So Dominion would be in breach of the contract, and I don't believe that they will breach the contract. They've already said they can do all these things.
Well,
can I offer up a question? I'm trying to see if there might be, based on what Commissioner Kellner just said, and obviously what Commissioner Kozinski has been articulating, if there isn't maybe a sweet spot in between those two things. One of the main objections that I'm hearing from Commissioner Kellner is a sense that when things were raised before and then a new submission comes along, those things don't appear to have actually been addressed in that new submission, and that feeling that the concerns that the board had previously articulated were not dealt with in the next submission having been dealt with is part of the issue.
And let me just say, and not even tracked by our own staff.
And for some of the reasons actually that Tom articulated, I understand why that was the case, because they're so dramatically different. But setting that aside, the issue that I'm hearing from Commissioner Kozinski is we have an issue with this notion of reasonable time and it being squishy and uncertainty being foisted upon counties. Perhaps the sweet spot is to change the language in the amendment to, on condition that, with Dominion's next submission for certification related to these systems, than the rest of this language. So that we're saying that we're not forgetting about this, we want this to be dealt with, but we aren't using squishy language like reasonable time. We're just saying when next this comes to us, we better see this addressed.
I also would like to say I do not think it's accurate that the staff did not track.
I don't want to get into the details right now
because I think we're going to talk about things that I would not point out for security risks, but I do not believe that's accurate.
So my phrase would be, on condition that, with Dominion's next submission for certification related to these systems, which is everything that's up above it, comma, Dominion submit for further review, and then the rest of Commissioner Kellner's language. So we avoid the squishiness of reasonable time. We don't have a sword of Damocles hovering over the counties theoretically, and we're saying that we're holding you accountable to make these changes when you come back to us. And by the way, that also means that we express confidence that the compensating conditions that we have put in place are in fact adequate, which is also, I think, all true.
Is other entities?
Do you want to draft something up? I mean, I don't know if you're open to that.
I have the words. So it would be, I think, and we're on the record, but it would be, it would strike out the phrase within a reasonable time, and it would replace that phrase with Dominion's next submission for certification related to these systems, so that the clause would read, on condition that, with Dominion's next submission for certifications related to these systems, Dominion submit for further review and approval and upgrade to, and then all the rest of the language that remains.
I need you to draft that up, Brian.
Okay.
I want to see it.
Okay. So, perhaps
draft it up, we can see it.
We'll go do that. And then, do we want to just take a pause, or would it be better to go on to the next?
Actually, I can get out my little speech for the record that I wanted to address what the good government groups have been saying about 16.
While he's doing that?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
If that's all right.
Sure.
Just a little bit of additional background that we've gotten several thousand comments from the public about the ES&S submission. Almost all of them have been on clicks, so hardly significant other than to just say that somebody's out there generating clicks. There have been a couple of dozen communications objecting to 516. Some of them raise the same issue that we addressed during the last round when we certified Dominion Ice, and then when we asked for additional review after we had certified Dominion Ice, based on the reports prepared by Professor Appel at Princeton and DeMilo at Georgia Tech. And after reviewing on the second review, NICETEC did a second report, and we accepted the NICETEC report and the vendor presentation that the Dominion Ice machine had sufficient controls within it to address what was a theoretical security risk to the machine. And I believe that that is still the case. There has been litigation in Georgia federal court challenging the Dominion system, and it will be interesting to see when the judge rules on the several hundred-page motion for summary judgment. Professor Halderman submitted a detailed report which has become public that has identified certain potential security risks in the Georgia system. One of them is called GBS order, which is simply that the random, in quotes, number associated with a cast vote record can be easily decrypted to recreate the actual order that the votes were recorded on the machine. The simplest mitigation is not to tell anyone what the number is. And that's mitigation one that the cybersecurity, right? What does CISIS stand for, Michael?
Cybersecurity Infrastructure and Security Agency.
Thank you. Okay, so that's the federal government responding to Halderman's report in a dozen mitigations. And you know, they have suggested that the software be modified to eliminate that glitch. And indeed, Dominion has modified the software to eliminate the glitch, but they did it after they made the submission to me. So I don't think it's a big deal for them to just do. I don't even think it would need a major review because it's already been reviewed and certified by the feds. We would have to look to see just whether the feds did the same kind of software review on this revision that and could be done just as a what's the technical term?
For which, I'm sorry?
For an upgrade that doesn't require a full review.
De minimis?
De minimis.
Yeah, de minimis upgrade. Okay. So, so my answer to the advocates who have sent letters that have detailed objections to the 516 are that I believe that they are all adequately addressed in the mitigations that are laid out and will be better addressed with the upgrades that I'm talking about. Let me just see if I've left something out.
Well, I should say, I'm always in favor of upgrades that improve the system. Let me just say that. And I think all of our vendors have done that. They've been upgrading their systems regularly, and they've improved the system as they do it, and I think we should encourage that. I'm just concerned about a condition that would then impose a burden on our counties. So I'm not trying to discourage upgrades. I think they're a good idea, but I think when you start conditioning certifications on things like that, it puts our counties in a very difficult position, not knowing whether they're buying a truly certified system or not, or one that has some sort of a condition that may not be met, and then they're stuck, and I think that's bad. I do think it's important for people to realize that these mitigating conditions that have been added to this will address any system issues that have been raised. So it's not like the system isn't fully functional and isn't fully secure. It is. There are mitigating activities that our counties have to take, and they've been doing this regularly. This is nothing new. This is something we've been doing regularly with these systems since they were bought, how many, 15 years ago. There have been mitigations with all the systems every time that the counties have to take certain acts For example, they can't have unfettered access to these systems when they're not in use by people that don't have authorized, that aren't authorized to use them. So there are certain mitigations that have to be taken at our county level. That's been true since the beginning. It's not unusual, it's not new, it's just part of the system. But of course, if the systems can address them without those mitigations, that's great. And if we can get upgrades to do that, that's great, and we should be encouraging it. But to condition it on that is a completely different concept to me. And that's what troubles. That's what's troubled me today about this. I just wanted to put that out.
I still think your analysis is exactly the opposite.
I got you. I know you do, but I think I'm right. So.
Okay, so we're waiting for Brian
to come back with the language, and then we can hopefully resolve this one issue. Let's take a minute if we can, just to stretch. I'd like to get up anyway. Thank you.
The next one's Thank you, everyone. I think we're ready to resume. I thank Brian Quayle for getting this typed up and circulated it. I just want to reiterate that my concern is making sure that we've documented what issues do need to be upgraded in order to have an optimal system. And I compare it to a car with, where the plastic taillight has been damaged and it's temporarily fixed by putting a piece of tape over it. If it goes to be inspected, it won't pass inspection, even though it may not be unsafe to drive with that taped taillight, just because there should be a permanent fix. And these are not issues that, in my view, or in NYSTEC's view, directly impact the safety and security of the system, but ought to be addressed and resolved. And I think this is the best way to document that that there are these relatively minor issues that ought to be addressed. And I would point out that the mitigations that CISA recommended with respect to the issues raised in the Alderman Georgia report do require extra work and extra conscientiousness on the part of county elections officials in order to make sure those mitigations are effective, and a permanent solution would reduce the potential for error on the part of county administrators. So that's why I think it's important. And I can live with this revised language because it does document the issues for everyone and it puts us all on notice of the vigilance required to keep the gold standard that New York has for security of its election systems. Okay, and to be clear, Commissioner Kuczynski and I have discussed one other revision in this, which is that in the whereas clauses, I had two additional paragraphs in the whereases. One was simply to note that the NISTEC report does not give a complete unconditional blessing to the system, and so that language would stay in. I also added a whereas referring to the EAC certification of Dominion 5.16, and that will come out.
The second
The bottom paragraph.
Let me just, if I could just go through this. So on the 15th whereas, okay, there would be language added to that whereas after the word controls. It will then say with limited exceptions that can be mitigated with other controls and procedures. That's inserted. And then after the
17th one would come out?
yeah, that new 17th, no, I'm back to the original.
Yes.
The original, okay. On the original, we would add that, and then on the original, we'll add language to the second to the last, resolved, and that language is going to read, and on condition that with Dominion's next submission for certification related to this system, Dominion shall submit for further review and approval an upgrade to incorporate the additional security and privacy features contained in the Dominion Democracy Suite 5.17 voting system, in which upgrade addresses the open JIRA, J-I-R-A discrepancies described in Attachment C to the SLI report, D 51623 and 51625.
Okay.
So that would then, with those two additions, the original certification would, it was in front of us.
And Commissioner Spano moved that text. I'll second it. Discussion? All right, so those in favor of Resolution 2326 as amended, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, so it's unanimously adopted. So that brings us to 2527. Again, there are two versions. It's a staff version and there's a version. Well, it's got to be this. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so my version would certify the ES&S system, but without the Express Vote XL machine, and has language that essentially deletes that. And then my version has more moderate language about the deficiencies. My language is, be it further resolved that the Commissioners of New York State Board of Elections request that ES&S address the issues raised in the report of Cyber Castellum entitled Evaluation of SLI ES&S EBS 6.3.0.1 Code Review Reports at such time that it submits any updates to ES&S EBS 6.3. And so that paragraph is closer to the form that we just discussed for Dominion in terms of addressing deficiencies. I should just briefly say that the Cyber Castellum evaluation identified a fairly large number of technical source code violations may be too strong of a word, but there are guidelines on how to write source code, and Cyber Castellum identified a large number of open items with respect to the format of the source code that does not completely conform to the source code guidelines. But those are more in the nature, and maybe a representative from NISTEC will be able to explain it better than I can. But my understanding is that, for example, long lines with lots of dependent clauses in violate the source code guidelines. But just because it has a lot of dependent clauses doesn't mean that the source code doesn't operate properly. It just means it's harder to review and to catch errors. But any meaningful source code issues that were identified by Cyber Castellum were resolved and addressed according to the NISTEC report. I got that correct?
Yeah, I mean, we had write-ups from both SBA, who Mike Santos is behind me. We have 3 folks from NISTEC in the audience, and then we also had Ben Spear, our Chief Information Security Officer, write up some short documents on the findings of Cyber Castellum with regard to the source code review and what it meant and what it didn't mean with regard to, I think you explained that there are some formatting things that were found, but that there any serious issue or any kind of more substantive issue has been found to be addressed.
If I'm not violating rules of order here, do you mind if we just ask if that issue, if there's any comment or discussion on that issue?
Here or somebody?
Well, either way, this paragraph about asking them to address the open issues from the Cyber Castellum report.
I don't know what that means, address. What do you mean by that? So that we request ES&S address the issues. What does that mean, to address the issues?
Well, it means to either change the source code or rejigger, change the source code to conform to the guidelines.
So we want them to change the source code.
Right. Now,
is really what it should say?
Yeah, well...
Rather than just, address is kind of vague, you know what I mean? I don't like those vague terms because it can be interpreted different ways. I don't know what address.
Well, let me ask the people from NISTEC. What would you recommend as...
It's a tricky issue because, with SLI...
Stand up and speak up so we can hear you.
Hear too well.
My name is Sean Murray. I'm a senior principal consultant for NISTEC. And it was SLI that had the original findings. And they used a code scanner, which takes in the source code and looks at all these different rules and says, yeah, there's something here, yeah, there's something here, yeah, there's something here. It's very good about trying to eliminate anything that is typically called false positive, but I don't really want to call it that. But it has these findings, and you have to look at it. Is this an issue? Is it not? The scanner is just that. It has these rules, it has these findings. And you have to look at them. It's an actual issue or not. So, address is probably an okay word. It doesn't necessarily mean it requires a code change, because, it just might be a finding from the scanner. And it's like, oh yeah, this is not a best practice, or it's whatever it's found, but it's mitigated up here, so or it could never get into that state. That would be an issue. Therefore, it's not.
Right, but
it should be looked at.
But your report says there were, I think it was 100. I don't have it in front of me. That there was 140 items of that minor nature that were not addressed, or not resolved. Everything that was significant, you said, was resolved.
And again, this is going back to SLI. There were a lot of them, and each vendor had the same.
Well, it started out with a couple thousand.
Yes, a lot.
But then it broke down to 140 that were still open.
Correct.
But in the category of, I forget what you called the category, something like low risk. I forget what your category definition was.
Where the code was, and who was using that code, and, other items, that if you were in need of vulnerability, and again, not necessarily for that lower number of items, like you said, there's a huge amount of diversity. A lot of those get chunked off, because that's a lot of false positives. Senator Castello had a problem with that term, but anyway, they're chunked off. That's the problem. And then there was those few remaining 180 that sounds correct off the top of my head. That cannot be used by an attacker to create an issue. And for whatever reason, there's other mitigating controls, again, outside the system, that say, yeah, if this is no attacker ever finds it, they're going to have access to the source code, and or they can access the system to use it, or, for a variety of reasons, makes the risks very low.
So, to answer Commissioner Kosinski's question, is address the right word for this, or would you recommend some other language on how those open issues from the Cyber Castellum report should be dealt with?
Review and address
necessary.
Again, it's the standard. This is a standard that has these findings. It's really until you deep dive and look at this code, spend a lot of time saying, yes, this is a crime. No, it's not. And that, as far as SLI, Senator Castello, they don't have that type of source. And it really has to go back to the issue. Saying, yes, this is a problem. And no, it's not. And here's the reason why. Explicit.
So we don't really know the status of these particular discrepancies.
Correct. And again, SLI can correct me if I'm wrong, and they call them, yes.
Yeah, I mean, and SLI...
Is that a fair representation of what else SLI found?
Yes, I think it's a pretty fair representation, and I would probably leave the terminology as either addressed as needed or just addressed, because anything that was going to be actionable in terms of violating a standard or being something that could be used by any kind of an attacker would be addressed. But as Sean was saying, there's a lot of different situations where maybe it doesn't follow industry best practices on a certain, performing a certain action, but it was usable and functional, but it maybe got caught by our checkmark scanner or during our source code review as something that, doesn't quite meet it, but at the same time, we don't feel that anything could be putting the system at risk.
Okay.
And just to kind of point out also with regard to the review process, anything that, SLI did an actual manual review of the code as a result of these findings to ensure that it wasn't just we're relying on a software tool just to kind of scan through and spit out a response. That's the first step, and then there are additional steps throughout the process where then there's a manual review to determine whether or not there is actually any there. And as Mike just said, then obviously we're making sure that anything that that needed to be addressed in order to make sure that it was safe was indeed addressed. And my only concern with, address is kind of a vague word, which is fine, because I'm concerned about certainty in this regard because I don't think you're ever going to scan a piece of software and then have 0 findings. So I don't think that's the end goal.
No, that's my concern.
Well, I think that there were 0 findings for Cleveland. And there were 0 findings for Dominion, ultimately. But they weren't, actually in Dominion, there were the two gyres left that we described. But my recollection is there were no ultimate unresolved issues with ClearPath, unlike with ES&S where there were like 100. Although I agree that based on the reports, they don't directly impact the security of the system. Which is why all I'm asking is that they address the items that were identified.
Well, I mean, we've addressed them ourselves with mitigating. I mean, they've been addressed.
Not those 140.
So there's still 140.
140
outstanding.
140 lines,
right.
And help me if I'm getting this wrong because I'm a layman on this. Yeah, vulnerabilities because the source code doesn't follow the strict guidelines.
Okay.
It's as if you're using bad grammar in a brief that you submit to court. So does that mean that the brief isn't any good because you've used bad grammar? No. But bad grammar, and there's a reason why those guidelines...
Well, listen, I'll say this language isn't problematic to me because it's not a conditional language that our certification's being conditioned on this. It's merely requesting this. Fine with me. If we're requesting them to improve their system, that's, I guess, fine with me. It's just, I'm not clear what we're talking about exactly, this address thing, but I'm not as troubled by this as the other one.
Well, and I raised
we got a bigger issue here, so I think we should probably just get to that.
Because this applies to everything.
I think we're nibbling around the edges
well,
here.
But this paragraph applies to everything.
Fair enough.
The bigger issue is whether ExpressVote XL is going to be part of the package.
I see that.
Because ES&S has a very comprehensive package here.
They do. But I think the XL is an integral part of that package.
I don't think that's the case. I think the rest of correct me if I'm wrong, but ES&S has a scanning system which is currently used now. They're upgrading the DS200. They're bringing in a new model, the DS300, plus their central count tabulators, all of which they'll be able to sell and counties will be able to
They've got
deploy.
8 different components that are being...
There is no ballot marking device component for this system.
Right, so they would still have to, somebody would have to come up with a ballot marking device.
But no county could use this system currently.
Without a ballot marking device.
Which does not currently exist, or has been certified.
So certifying without the ballot marking device makes it unusable?
This was the same process that we undertook a couple of years ago with 6041.
Right.
Where the Excel was not certified because of 2 specific issues that were identified.
Right.
Could someone have used the central count scanners? Sure, but it would have required them to run 2 different election management systems. They would have to continue to run the older version, which I think was 5602, to kind of operate their poll site machine. And then they would have to run 6041 for the back end, and then they'd have to figure out a way to marry the 2 results. So there would be...
I'd like to ask representatives of ES&S the same way you asked the Dominion about this now.
Let's just hold on. So go ahead.
So, I mean, in a similar fashion, if 6301 were to be certified without the express vote, it currently could not be utilized by any county in any polling place.
Unless they had a ballot marking system.
But they're not going to run 2 EMS.
The existing ballot marking...
Now you're saying it's because they don't want 2 systems. But of course, with the ExpressVote XL, there is no automated audit tool either.
Nor is there with HART.
Nor is it, right.
So the counties realize that if they do this system, they will have to do manual audits.
Yes, just as they do with Clear Ballot, because I've received emails so far through this meeting about the Clear Ballot system up next for consideration.
All right, well, listen, I think we need to get into, so there's, obviously you're suggesting we certify without the ballot marking device, and I need to understand why.
Right, because, and of course, you know, we've gotten many communications. I focus mainly on the communications from the experts in the community and the good government groups that have written more careful analyses. And essentially, I understand the point of 2,000 people sending us emails using clickbait to say they oppose the use of the Express Vote itself. But to focus on the principal reason, I think the starting point is that the Express Vote XL uses a ballot summary card as the voter verifiable record instead of printing out a ballot, and which is the case with the other ballot marking devices that we have approved. The biggest problem with the printing out a summary card is that the law requires that the ballot be the same in all poll sites, and staff has come to the conclusion that because the summary card doesn't look like a hand-marked paper ballot, that it cannot be used only for people who wish to use a ballot marking device, but it has to be used by all voters. So that means that a jurisdiction that is switching to this system will necessarily require all voters to use the ballot marking device, which in this case would be the Express Vote XL, and that there would no longer be the option for in-person voting to vote on hand-marked paper ballots. Now, that has practical issues. It makes the system much more expensive. It means that you have to have more machines because of the amount of time. But those are practical issues, not legal issues.
Right.
The legal issue comes down to who determined that a summary ballot card meets the requirements of our regulations. And has there been compliance with all of the detailed aspects of our regulations governing the accounting for those summary cards? There's the issue that has been raised by many groups about whether the thermal paper complies with the environmental portion of our regulation, which I remember you and I discussing in 2007 on whether that sentence should be in there.
All right.
But very interesting that that's group Smart Elections, which is why I teased you before when you were doing your thing, points out that with hand sanitizer, the summary card starts to fade very quickly. Now I can start to go into the nuts and bolts of the technical details, many of which are raised in the letters by the advocates. I think the one signed by Common Cause, I think, is the one that closest reflects my own views on the technical issues. I've never approved the concept of a ballot summary card as being an acceptable voter paper. I will also point out that, on the other hand, many people have attacked the use of barcodes, and I think that they are misleading or not explaining sufficiently on the barcode issue argument. So let me, for the benefit of the good government people who are listening in on this, I think the commissioners understand this already. But the barcode is not voter verifiable. We all agree on that. And at least the staff has said over and over again that the barcode cannot be used in the audit process. The audit process has to look at what the voter has seen to verify their record. Election integrity groups say, well, if the barcode isn't verifiable, then that should disqualify it straight out. And my answer to that is that when a hand-marked paper ballot is voted, the hand-marked paper ballot goes into the scanner, and the scanner interprets the marks on the hand-marked paper ballot. And that happens inside the black box. That is not a verifiable or transparent process where the machine actually counts the vote that's on the hand-marked paper ballot that's scanned. The barcode is just part of that process of the unobservable black box counting of the vote. And so the fact that a voting system uses a barcode as part of the black box counting of the vote is not significant to me. What is significant is that with hand-marked paper ballots, the voter has necessarily interacted with the ballot and knows what's on it. With a machine-marked ballot, whether it be machine-marked with a barcode or without a barcode, the verification process is only as good as the time the voter spends with actually verifying the ballot. And the academic studies on this issue have shown that most voters do not do a very good job of actually verifying the vote, which makes the process somewhat meaningless. In other words, there's no point to an audit if the voter hasn't actually verified the ballot in the first place. And we could go into those...
What do you mean they haven't verified the ballot? They don't the voter doesn't verify the ballot.
No.
They don't look at the ballot.
They don't look at it after it comes out of the... And you're right, it's the fault of the voter, but the problem is the audit process is worthless if the voter hasn't looked at the ballot. It's just a fact.
So what do we do? Have someone stand there and make them read it again?
Well, that's why hand-marked paper ballots.
Oh, you think if they read it more carefully?
Well, they've filled it out.
If they've touched the screen?
No, on a hand-marked
No, I'm
ballot.
talking on this proposal.
Well, they've touched the screen, but have they looked at the ballot card, that the ballot card has accurately recorded how they touched the screen?
Why don't we just hold their hand to the voting machine, We're getting a little bit off track, right? I understand you've got practical issues, maybe some security issues. Now you're talking about,
Well, I'm just explaining the issue, and as I say, the bottom line to me is that the barcode isn't the debate. The issue is whether it is desirable to have hand-marked paper ballots as the default voting method, as opposed to requiring every voter to use the mark. That's the issue. If you have only 1 out of every 200 people using the ballot, the threat to the system is minimal, because there are so few ballots that are cast through that process. The system is non-minimal, and it's used by everyone at a poll. So then, what are the technical issues? As I say, the technical issues have been raised, and I don't know to how much you want to go through each one of these technical issues, but specifically, we have learned that there has been no testing of the environmental requirements on the paper. I also...
Now, when you say the environmental, you mean how long it lasts? That you're...
Under extreme temperature conditions.
Whether the thermal paper lasts the 2 years that are required to keep, that's what you're referring to, right?
It's the last sentence...
Yeah, no, I got you.
It's the last sentence of that...
I just wanted to clarify what you meant by environmental.
Yeah, I'm talking about the last sentence of...
Yep.
62F19.
Yep. Okay.
Now, when we wrote up the VPAT rules, which are in 6209.2, we had requirements that in the case of the DRE, all right, I'm looking at F1,
F4?
No, F1 II.
Sure.
So this is the first objection that several have raised with respect to whether you can have a summary card instead of a complete ballot. Page 6.
Got it. Got it.
In the case of a DRE voting system, the paper record shall contain all information stored in the electronic record.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And some of the detailed submissions by the advocates point out that the summary card doesn't contain all of the information stored in the electronic record. And from a practical point of view, the summary card does not show for whom the voter did not vote. And so you can't tell from the summary card whether the screen that the voter saw included all of the candidates. And this is significant because of two mistakes that have come to light on the national scale. One was Antrim County, Michigan, which, became a big issue in the presidential election. It turned out there that the error was by the election officials in the configuration file. But the point is that an error by the election officials in the configuration file that did not show what was on the screen when the voter saw it is not shown in the VPAT. So that's an issue that they've raised. A similar problem happened with the Express Vote XL in Monmouth County, New Jersey. That did not become the subject of litigation and big national attention. But again, it was an error on the part of the local election officials in putting together the configuration files. All right, that's one issue. Next issue is D4, F on the next page, F4. The requirement that there be reconciliations of the rejected paper records. So, Tom, do you want to explain how the summary card works if the voter looks at the record and says, that's not how I want to vote? What happens?
So to address that one specific thing, so the ballot card is inserted into the Express Vote to mark your choices. Once you've made your choices using the electronic display in which you're presented a full-face ballot, you can then tell the machine that you'd like it to print your choices. So it will now then print your choices on that ballot summary card. It will show it to you under the transparent cover, in which case you are then presented with the electronic full-face ballot on the left-hand side and the paper summary of choices on the right-hand side. If at that point you do not think it's reflective of your choices, you can eject that ballot card, and then you would follow a normal procedure for spoiling your ballot.
Okay, now how is that procedure comply with F4?
Because the Express Vote is not a DRE.
Well, how is that?
Because it's an optical scan voting system. So at some point...
It's creating the paper record without the voter's intervention.
There's no requirement for there to be a hand-marked paper ballot in the first place.
No, but it was always the assumption that the scanning system regulations were drafted to deal with hand-marked paper ballots and not with a direct recording electronic machine.
Well, but even taking the DRE out of the equation altogether, there's no requirement for there to be a hand-marked paper ballot option as it stands now. And so if a county like Schenectady that uses the ES&S system wanted to require that every voter use the auto-mark ballot marking device to mark their ballot, there's nothing prohibiting that in law. So in the situation that you raised, the actual example, I believe, and so it's a bipartisan agreement, that at that time, because the Express Vote is neither a DRE nor an optical scan system, and we have requirements for one or the other. And so the approach that we took when testing the system was, what is the system doing at a given time and which requirements apply? So in the example that you provided, we believe that it's functioning as a ballot marking device, not a DRE. So in that case, the voter is able to make their choices from an electronic interface, print a paper record, and then can go and take that to an optical scanner should they want to tabulate that record.
Except that they don't take it to an optical scanner.
That's not true either.
Moves it.
That's not necessarily true. That's one of the configurations that could be considered, but the DS200 and the DS300 can also read the summary cards.
All right. So are we prepared to require that the summary cards be given to the voter?
Well,
or are we going to are we going to authorize an automatic feed through the voter that doesn't follow this F4 requirement?
So I think that if I'm remembering some of the language from some of the emails, the many emails that obviously all of us have been receiving, there was some concern about an autocast feature, but that's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is that there's a stop, there's a pause in the voting process where the voter is looking at the full-face ballot as displayed on the screen and their summary card on the right-hand side in paper. The voter has depending on the configuration, has choices. If the Express Vote that they're currently on is also in tabulator mode, they can say cast, in which case the paper record which is shown to them can be automatically scanned back in through the machine and tabulated. Or, even if it is a tabulator mode, they can eject that ballot card, look at it if they want to look at it closer, and then stick it back into the Express Vote and then say cast it. Or, if it's in tabulator or ballot marking device mode, they can eject that card, take a look at it and say, okay, I'm going to either put it in this machine, or if the jurisdiction is providing a different optical scanner, like a DS200 or DS300, they can take it over and scan it into that machine.
But our certification doesn't distinguish, it just approves all of them.
Right, because I think from a staff standpoint, there's no issue with any of them.
Well, I guess my point is it doesn't, well, there's the overall principle of preferring hand-marked paper ballots.
Understood.
Which I absolutely endorse that principle. Then I get into the technical legal compliance requirements, and is a summary card a valid VPAT?
Okay.
And I certainly never signed off on that decision. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, I think you
else
did.
came
Sure.
to that conclusion that a summary card is a sufficient voter verifiable paper of record.
Well, the main, unless I'm missing one, the main part of the regulation that talks about that is it a sufficient VPAT, or at least the A1, which is provide the full ballot display on a single surface, except that proposals may appear on the reverse side of any paper ballot, and that such ballot display is easily visible under typical lighting found in a poll site.
Okay, no problem there.
Okay.
If you're going to have a DRE, which I don't think is optimal, but I don't have any problem with that definition. But then, why isn't that full ballot display on the VPAT? Especially since we required that the VPAT include all under, what is it, what I read before, that the paper record contain all information stored in the electronic record.
Well, again, that's a DRE requirement, and so...
Well, you're... Okay, but...
No, I mean, the way... I'll put it this way.
I've indicated why I think it's relevant in this type of configuration to require that information, because if you've left somebody off that full-face ballot that the voter sees, you wouldn't know it from the summary card.
Well, they would know it from the summary
You would do
card.
a pre-election testing.
So you've made no selection. If you had a choice.
No. Suppose the full-face ballot only lists 6 of the candidates and leaves out 2 candidates.
Okay.
And so the voter votes for one of the 6 candidates that are there.
Okay.
How would you prove that the screen left out those 2 candidates?
Well, how would you prove that if you had a paper ballot and you printed it on the wrong size paper? I mean, if you cropped off certain candidates. I mean...
Well, that's true, but then you'd have the paper.
But then you also have the ballot...
The paper would show that the candidate's name is missing from the paper.
But then are ballot marking devices illegal because they don't show all of the candidates at once?
Well, people have argued that, but we haven't...
Pre-election logic and accuracy testing beforehand, and then you're doing the audit and you're doing the manual recounts, right?
Like Antrim County.
Well, again, but we're talking about different versions of software that I don't think, like even with the Dominion one, that was version 5.5, and we're dealing with 5.16.
What is that, Antrim?
No, well, Antrim, and also I thought Antrim was Dominion too, not to put you on throw you on the bus. Well, didn't you have Antrim? Yeah, okay, Antrim was Dominion.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So Monmouth was the ESNF.
Yeah. But it's a different version of the software.
No, but the point is, the point is, and as I say, in both cases they were configuration errors by the county election officials.
So it's a human error, not a system error.
Right.
Which can happen now with the...
Right, but my point is that the point of the audit and the VPAT is to have the documentation to show that those errors existed. And without, if you're using just a summary card, you don't have that documentation.
Right, but I think that's also then negating the importance of the voter themselves. And I certainly read the studies about, the unlikely that, or the low percentage of voters that might review a machine-marked ballot. But, with regard to what actually is created, the express vote card provided to the voter, and if they want to reinsert it into an express vote, we'll provide them the full face ballot with everyone they voted for and everyone they didn't vote for. Correct. And they have the opportunity to determine, is this representative of my choices? Otherwise, I'm going to go get another ballot card.
But there's no record of what was actually shown to the voter on that full-face screen.
I guess I have a question about that, because how do you get that just because the thing that the system prints out would theoretically have it all? I don't think you can have it both ways. For example, if everything accurately were to print out on a ballot card that shows everything that should have been there, that doesn't prove that it actually was on the screen. So the inverse of what you're saying is just as true as the...
But the voter will see it when they're verifying it.
Or they wouldn't.
Or they wouldn't if they never look at it, right.
And also with the ballot marking device, I think you can verify one contest.
I go back to a story of, in 2004, there was an election in Jefferson Parish, Louisiana, using the Sequoia Advantage machine that New York City paid for the development of that Sequoia Advantage direct recording electronic machine. And it was indeed the contract to implement those machines in New York City that led me to go to the county leader and say, look, the only way to stop this is to put me on the Board of Elections. And that's how I became New York City, or the New York County Elections Commissioner in 2003. Well, in the Jefferson Parish election in 2004, the Republican Party candidate for parish commissioner lost by a couple hundred votes, but they noticed that the results showed that there was a very substantial number of votes for a third-party candidate who did not poll very well. And that candidate was Susan Bernacker. And she actually then, in the post-election testing, created a video where she showed that she could push the button for candidate A and the screen would light up for candidate B. And obviously a configuration error. The Sequoia Advantage had other incidents which came to light subsequently with configuration errors where what is shown the voter is not what actually goes through and is counted by the vote. And when I showed that video at the New York City Board, the New York City Board said, okay, we're going to send a bipartisan team down to Louisiana to investigate this. And Commissioner Villela came back and said, I still remember his remarks. He said, we go ahead with this Sequoia Advantage machine, there'll never be a Republican elected in New York City again. And I don't know that that would have been true, but he became the second commissioner on the city board, then opposed to implementing the Advantage system. And eventually, New York City took 10 years. Never implemented the Advantage and dropped it. And it was because of those kinds of technical verification issues that impacted the perception of the voter that when they go in and vote, that their vote is actually going to be counted as cast. And right now, using New York system and our very substantial controls that we have in place, I'm very confident of that. But that will change if we shift to a system away from hand-marked paper ballots. And I'm not convinced that this system complies with each of our rules. For the record, I will say that many of the defects are set forth in the submissions that have been made to us, and I am not comfortable that they have been addressed by the vendor. I might add that I have an interesting bedfellow in this, but Donald Trump has repeatedly proclaimed that we should be using hand-marked paper ballots and not relying on electronic systems for casting votes. And I don't often agree with him on these things, and I'm not sure he has spent as much time analyzing the verification issues I have and other experts have, but I do agree that it is essential that we maintain a transparent and verifiable system, and that a system that uses a ballot card with the infirmities that I've identified in our technical regulations should not be certified. So I'm proposing that we certify the ES&S system without the express vote, and as I say, ES&S could easily submit a full-face ballot marking device that would print out a full-face ballot as your ballot hard. So we're not leaving the counties without a viable alternative. We have 3 systems that print out full-face ballots, and by printing out full-face ballots, that leaves the option to the voter to have a hand-marked paper ballot, which, as we know, is the default system in New York and used by more than 99% of the in-person voters. So for that reason, I propose that we not certify Express Vote XL. Uses a summary card, and that does not fully comply with all of our technical regulations.
Okay, so
Thank you for listening.
No, absolutely. So based on what you went through, I've got 6 items that you raised, as I understand it. Tell me if I'm wrong, and I'm relying on staff here and yourself to see if I'm correct. And I just want to go through those one by one. So the first one, I think, is this ballot summary concept that you raised. That it provides a ballot summary to the voter rather than a full-face ballot in a printed form. That's your contention. So the full-face ballot is what the voter sees when they come into the voting booth. Am I right? Tell me if I'm wrong. So there's a full-face ballot. I know New York State has a full-face ballot requirement. We've always had it, and we still have it. And that's where the full-face ballot is. And when voters come in, they see a full-face ballot. And they're presented with every election and every candidate in front of them at the same time. And then they make their selections on that particular machine, and then that machine prints a ballot with the summary, with the candidates they have selected off that full-face ballot, is then collected on this piece of paper that is then presented to the voter. But it's a summary. It's here's who you voted for by office, right? And you...
Under glass, or apparently there's an option.
Yes, it is. It's right next to it.
Oh, okay. Okay, so full-face ballot's right here, and I'm looking at my selections here, so I'm still seeing a full-face ballot while I'm reviewing my selections on the summary card. But you object to that as somehow not fulfilling the full-face ballot requirements? Is that your contention? How is that now? Explain that to me.
Because the record... The paper record does not show what the voter actually saw.
The voter sees what the voter actually saw, but you're not content that that's enough, huh? Right.
Right. Because if you've left candidates off the ballot.
You mean if the
full-face
So if the Board of Elections didn't put all the candidates on that ballot, you won't know it.
Yeah, and I assume you would agree that it is conceivable that there's a mistake in the configuration file.
If I can speak to that, the logic and accuracy testing that the county boards do coupled with the running of not only the standard test deck, comprehensive test deck, and the comparison of those to the expected results would catch that issue in pre-testing. It would also catch that issue in post-testing, because there are expected results which we've run through vigorous testing in the county, right? And some of the larger counties, which I'm familiar with, it's hundreds of thousands of pages and permutations that we go through to ensure that every possible variable is tested and that those results come out perfectly. So I don't...
At a lot of variables, not every possible.
Well, we run every permutation of the ballot through, right? That's the comprehensive test deck. It's every permutation that could exist. And we've been doing that with our election systems now for years. So while I agree that that is, you know, a possibility that something could be misconfigured, our testing procedures, which are in place currently, would catch that during pre-testing. That's why they...
And if there were a hack that would only show it on election day?
The machines aren't connected, the machines are not connected.
Hacks are difficult.
Right, and we have, the machines are under a secure facility, the Board of Elections that have bipartisan teams, right, to be talking about an infiltration from the inside in order to accomplish something like that. So I would find that to be, I mean...
There's also the verification of the software that's currently installed on the machine by using a hash procedure.
Yes, the hash coding that we would do pre and post election.
Now, on top of that...
And the same
Using
argument.
the trusted bill.
The polls
Same argument can be made with any other system.
ballots, do they not? And I've been in situations...
Do they on the express vote?
Sorry, the question was...
Do poll inspectors check the poll?
When they open the machine in the morning, don't they look at the ballot?
When they open the
correct?
polls?
Well, so the way that would work is obviously a site can handle multiple election district, multiple ballot styles. The poll workers are going to open up the machines like they do with every other system now and make sure that the 0 votes tallied on that machine. Right. So that you're starting when you're opening polls at 0. And then, depending on the voter who's showing up to vote, the poll worker has to then enter the election district that should be shown for the voter.
Well, listen, I'll also mention that, you know, for 100 years, New York State used lever machines. Could you have missed a candidate on one of those someday? Yes, that could have happened. That may have even happened at one time.
More than once.
But I will say, for 100 and some years, New York used that system successfully. It was a great system. Nobody really complained about it. It worked fine. So is there that possibility? Could that, in someone's imagination, happen somewhere sometime? Yes, I guess it could. It could have happened over those 100 years as well. Maybe it did, but, you know, again, these are very remote sort of assertions, in my view, of things that could happen, might happen. Yes, I guess that's possible to happen, but I don't know. But at any rate, is that something that our certification process tests for somehow? Do we test for that eventuality when we go through the testing process?
Of ballot accuracy?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I would just add to raise that candidates are also invited to all of the pre-election testing, so...
Somebody's on the block.
Yep.
Candidates...
That's a term of art, squawk.
Hey, where's my name?
Yes.
All right, let's take the second one, this thermal paper contention. So you're suggesting that it doesn't meet environmental standards, which I think means that it doesn't survive the 2-year retention requirement.
I'm saying it hasn't been tested to demonstrate that it does.
Okay, so, all right. Do any other systems use the thermal paper? Anybody else use
Yes, Clear Ballot.
The Clear Ballot system under consideration uses it for their ballot marking device.
Oh, so we're also not going to certify Clear Ballot because of this?
Well, it actually...
Is that also going to be a problem?
I guess from SLI, the requirement that I believe you're referring to is the temperature...
Right, that they just didn't test.
None of the paper for any of the systems have been tested to that.
No paper in any system?
Correct.
Has ever been tested to that standard?
Yes.
We have other systems that are already certified that don't meet that standard, or haven't been tested to that standard, I'll say.
And that's a problem.
Are we going to decertify those now? If we're not going to certify these guys based on that contention, aren't we going to have to decertify everybody else?
How many complaints have we received?
134 degrees.
Check a ballot after 2 years, they couldn't read the ballot. None. Does that happen any place in the state?
In our state, not to my knowledge. And also, we did reach out and got information from more than a half dozen other jurisdictions and/or states that use the Excel now, who have stated that they've had no...
How many states are using Excel now?
I don't know, ESNS might know how many states. I know at least North Dakota and South Carolina, and then there's a number of counties throughout California, West Virginia, Richmond, Virginia, Idaho.
These problems based on the types of...
The letters that we've received that I've all forwarded to all the commissioners that stated that they've had none such...
Other states are not having a problem. Okay, thank you.
Lots of controversy in other states.
Maybe,
Especially in Philadelphia.
But my concern here is that, you know, we're trying to have, I think, an equal application of the law. And if we're going to hold ES&S's system to a standard that your paper has to prove itself able to survive in the environmental standards for this amount of time, then we have to do it for everybody. And we haven't done it for everybody. Why would we do it for these guys?
I haven't disagreed with that point, and indeed it only came to my attention. Clear Ballot indicates that they don't need to require paper, thermal paper, that they have configurations that don't use the thermal paper. Although that's not what they submitted here.
That's not what they submitted.
And frankly, I think that's wrong. I think it should have been part of the testing process and not skipped. And you'll remember back in 2007 when cyber...
I don't know if I will. It's a long time.
It is a long time.
I'm promising you I won't remember, but I'll try.
But I remember very well, the State Board of Elections, retained cyber to do the testing for the voting systems that were being submitted following the Election Reform and Modernization Act. And NISTEC, to their credit to this day, NISTEC discovered that cyber was only testing roughly 1,000 of the 3,000 requirements that were in the regulations. And NISTEC publicly disclosed that. It created a national issue because the EAC was also relying on cyber to do their testing. And after very significant revisions, the EAC had to completely revamp their certification system to follow the New York model. Now, we have those same 3,000 requirements in place. I don't know that I was ever aware that there were omissions, even today, in the testing requirements. They took one sentence of the regulation and said, we'll test for that. And by the way, if you actually look at the tests don't show the standard. The test is a pass-fail. Is it durable? That's what was tested. Is it durable, yes or no?
Durable, clean, and
well, what does durable mean? And where was the standard? And that's, by the way, why we wrote the environmental sentence onto that regulation, was because we realized that there are warehouses that are not heated and the experts I have consulted, and I've only had 3 days to do this, and that's another issue which is very annoying to me, is that I have not had 30 days.
Right.
Okay?
Commissioner, please explain how, because we've given you a lot of information. We should all testing things on the website.
I had to I don't want to discuss this publicly, but on the thermal paper issue, I think I've had 4 days on it.
Well, except it was the same in the last report and in all the other... What? Because it was the same in the last time that this system was tested, and it was the same in all the other systems that were tested, the same thing. Tom sent that...
But now I've raised it, and it's more relevant for this issue, for this system, because of the nature of the voter verifiable paper record, as opposed to systems that use hand-marked paper ballots.
But if we come to the substance of it, the issue, the part of the regulation that wasn't tested, what was tested was durability, or the other two words?
Clean and sturdy.
Clean and sturdy, that was tested too. The storage requirement is that...
How was it tested? What was the standard they used to determine whether it was durable?
I bet we can get that answer. As I sit here, I don't know it. They're here.
I'll tell you that you can't know it from the actual test report, which is confidential. And why is that confidential? All right, and all it says is that one sentence: pass, fail. Is it clean and durable? It doesn't say what the standard is to find that it's not clean or not durable. Okay, that's a flaw with all of our testing, and something that we need to... The question is, again, can I trust NISTEC to be looking over these test plans and making sure that they test for each of the elements of our regulation? And some of them are marked not applicable, which I don't agree are not applicable.
And what specifically is at issue here is the 22-month retention period. And we do have information from the manufacturers about the conditions that the manufacturer of the paper, say that is required to even make an image on the thermal paper. Our own staff has taken to putting this paper in the microwave. And we have in our possession pieces of this ballot stock, both printed and unprinted, that date back to 2018. We have numerous jurisdictions that are actually using these devices in actual elections and storing them, telling us that repeatedly they have not had a problem. And so to the extent that we would have liked that, the testing lab may have done something differently to confirm durability over 22 months with certain intervals at minus 20 degrees Fahrenheit and up to 140 degrees, which I think is medium rare, on the paper. That would be great, but we have lots of real-world information and experiential evidence that demonstrates that there is no real threat of these ballots being compromised as a result of this temperature issue.
Peter. It's one out of
No, I know.
6 points I've raised.
It is, but I'm trying to address each one. I think it's important that we go through each one and we try to address each one and then decide, are they addressed or aren't they? Because if they're addressed, then I think we move on. If they're not addressed, then we are in I don't know what we're going to do. We're going to have
we still have the fundamental issue of is a ballot summary card sufficient?
Well, that's a question we should discuss. So I've also got this barcodes issue, and I guess what you're really raising is a verifiability. Is that a word? Verifiability of that particular ballot to the voter. Now, I don't know if that's a testing regimen. I don't think it is. I think that's just there's people that don't believe the voter's going to review the ballot once it's printed out and look at it. I can't speak to that. I don't know if anybody can say. I guess there's been studies done that show people don't do it, but is that part of our certification process is the question. You may not like that particular aspect. I may not like paper ballots. I don't know.
But I agree on that.
But our system has a process in it where we test certain things for certification purposes. I don't know that fits in that category. So to me, that's
raised by many of
people can raise it, that's fine, but that to me is more of an issue for a county board maybe that wants to say, I don't like that type of process, I don't think it's good for my voters, I don't want to buy it, fine. But I think from a certification standpoint, I don't see where that's a relevant topic. So I don't see that as relevant to what we're doing here today. That's the third. The fourth one is that's still the thermal paper. I think we already addressed that.
There wasn't another issue with regard to the hand sanitizer that was raised?
Yeah, but that was the same issue. It was whether it's a durable document, whether it will withstand environmental interactions, I guess, with sanitizer.
I would just pose that I tried to polish remover on a normal paper ballot, not a thermal paper ballot, and remove the name and mark. So, I mean, it's just, I think that...
Well, and again, I just go back a bit to this equal treatment issue, where if we're going to hold this particular document to that standard, that we're going to treat it with certain, put it in microwave ovens and put hand sanitizer on it, then we've got to do it with all our ballots. And I don't think we've done that. I don't know that we've taken the Dominion ballot or the Hart ballot or any other ballot and put it through these rigorous tests to see if they withhold it.
I agree with you.
So then why are we doing it to this? And I'm just troubled by this idea that this manufacturer is being held to a different standard than others. That's all. And if that's a problem with if it's a problem, it's a problem. But then it should be across the board and dealt with the same way. So I don't like this idea that we're singling out a particular vendor for different treatment than other vendors. So that's my problem with that issue. All right, then let's go on to these more technical issues that you've raised, which I guess are more legal issues, I guess we'll call them, which are the compliance with the VPAT. I guess the first question there, and you're talking about 6209.2 F1II, and that's all the information stored on the ballot. Now, Tom is raising the issue, which I think is a very legitimate issue. Is this even a DRE? Because this is a DRE requirement. And I think there's a very good, I know what a DRE is. I remember going through this. This was a huge issue when I was back here in the early 2000s, and DREs were the favored son of the elections world. Everybody wanted a DRE, and that was, in fact, if you look at if you look at HAVA, if anybody bothered to ever look at HAVA and actually look at what was in there, HAVA wanted DREs. HAVA was written, in fact, it said, if you don't buy a DRE, you have to buy a machine that meets every handicap in the world, which they knew was an impossible thing to do, so they said everybody's going to buy a DRE. That was the whole idea of HAVA. Well, then afterwards, people didn't like DREs, and DREs became just, the devil. Nobody wanted them. You couldn't buy a DRE. Nobody would trust them. Nobody would buy them. It was out the window. No more DREs. So, is this even a DRE? I would contend it's not, because a DRE is a direct electronic recording device where you just push a button and you walk away. And you say, thank you very much, I voted, just like I did on the old lever machines. I don't see anything. I don't really know what happened there. I think everything went right. That was basically how we did our voting for a century, was you push the little lever. Did that record it correctly? I don't know. Something happened back there. I guess it did, and everybody was fine with it. Suddenly with DREs, everybody wasn't fine with it. Everybody was convinced it was going to get hacked, and you can't do it. So we went to paper. We're on paper now. We're on paper. This still has paper. There's clearly paper involved here. So, to me, it's not a DRE. It's a ballot marking. It marks the ballot in the sense that you push the button. It's not the end of the deal. You then see what happened after you push the button, which means it prints something out for you to look at, which has your selection on there. So you know that when you push that button, it selected the candidate you wanted it to select.
And that is the assessment of the bipartisan.
And that's the staff position as well, and I completely understand that. I don't think these are DREs either. DRE is a different concept. It's totally unacceptable. I don't think anybody in the country uses DREs, not that I know of. I think a couple did at one point, but I think they've been run out of town, and that's no longer acceptable. But if they are, they're very much the exception to the rule. Certainly New York's never used them, and I know never will. We demand paper, and this has paper. This has voter selection, memorialized on paper, and reviewable by the voter. So, is this even a DRE? No. I think there's a very legitimate argument, no, it's not. So this regulation that talks about DREs doesn't even apply. Because so if you're going to start getting technical about trying to determine whether this particular machine meets our regulations, I would say this particular provision that you are pointing to does not apply. It's not a in the case of a DRE, this is not a DRE. It's a ballot marking device. That is not a DRE. So I don't know how. I don't know who's analyzing this stuff. I've gotten a lot of these emails as well. I'm not sure who is the person that actually is doing the analysis, but I don't agree with a lot of their analysis because I don't think it's correct. I think it's misapplying the law. I think it's misapplying the facts. I think it's taking things and confusing them. They're calling things DREs that aren't DREs, and I think that muddies the waters in ways that are not legitimate, to be frank about it. And I'm trying to understand your position. You seem to think it's a DRE. It's not a DRE. I don't understand how you think it's a DRE. Well, you know what DREs are. You were here. You were here when I was here, and we were going through this, and there were no DREs in New York State.
Right. It's a DRE. In my view, it's a DRE if it's not producing an voter hand ballot. If it's not based on a voter hand.
But that is not the definition of a DRE.
If that's the case, then this machine doesn't fall within either.
I think that's basically what the staff was saying.
Well, some of the legal community out there is saying, well, then there's no authorization in 7202 for this machine. 7202 authorizes a direct recording electronic machine, but requires that it make a voter verifiable paper audit record, audit trail. It also says if there's a hand-marked ballot, the hand-marked ballot is the voter verifiable record. So that's in the statute. So where in the statute does it say that you can have a machine mark a summary card that will be counted as if it were a ballot, even though it's not a ballot because it's not full text? That's the legal issue. But I'm telling you where I'm coming from is not so much these legal points, which I think are valid legal points, is that we should be steering our voters and our county elections officials towards hand-marked paper. This system is significantly more expensive and has these other issues and lacks the confidence of a substantial number of voters in the community, none of which are legal standards for whether we should be certified.
But and that's my issue, is that's not our job. I mean, that's the county's job. If the county voters say to their county board, we don't like this type of machine because we can't do X, Y, and Z with it, then the county can say, we're not going to buy it.
But then why are we bending the technical requirements?
I don't think we're bending. I think we're trying to fit things in.
Well, where is the definition of this machine as being authorized under 7202?
Well, I don't know. Maybe Tom can address that better than I can.
I mean, I think that the thing that is really kind of has to be addressed is the fact that 6041 was submitted back in 2019 and is nearly identical to the system today, with the exception of the two discrepancies that were mentioned in the resolution for 6041, which was the ability to support English and another ballot and also the side-by-side review. So none of these issues were raised back in 6041.
That's just not true.
Okay.
We had no agreement on those other issues, but everybody agreed on those two issues. So those were the two issues that came on the floor. Nobody ever asked me if I thought a ballot summary card was sufficient to qualify a voting system.
I think the point is it went through the certification process. There were two discrepancies that the vendor was told you must address. They addressed it. They came back.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that all these other issues were addressed. And I had these issues at that time, too.
And was there a separate vote to authorize proceeding to test this device?
Yes.
Yes.
And I think we knew how the voter card and the general mechanics of this device worked at the point that we authorized it for testing. I mean, ipso facto, I think we were saying this is a machine that if it passes, we would be able to certify. And that was the point of the initial vote.
Good point, Brian. I mean, I do think it puts us in a bad spot if we're going to start moving the goalposts on people that come to us for testing. They came, you're right, we rejected them 2 years ago because they didn't meet two standards we all agreed needed to be met, and they didn't meet them. And really the assertion at that point was if you can configure the machine to meet those two conditions and come back to us with a machine that does that, we'll certify, basically. That was the...
That's what you said.
Well, I don't think we ever said it, but I think if, by not raising these other issues at that time, that was the input at a minimum. And I think it's not fair to sort of move the goalposts like, well, now we've got other issues. Like, well, thanks for doing those two, but, we've got these other set of issues now that we've created. What's to say if you meet those, the next time you won't say, well, now we've got another set of issues. I just feel we have to be fair here, that if we're going to be certifying, we have to limit ourselves to the standards that we have set out in our regulations that are based on the statute. If there are other issues that we have trouble with them on that aren't related to those regulations, that's something to be discussed with the counties or with someone else. Or if you want to add them to the regulations, we could suggest doing that. If the legislature wants to add them, they can do that. But right now, we have a set of regulations that they have to meet, and it seems to me they've met them. And the things you're raising are outside of those regulations.
I have raised things that are outside the regulations, but I have also raised a number of points.
Well, let's get to the ones you raised in the regulations. Those are the ones I'm really trying to...
I've told you, there's the ballot summary, there's the
How does the ballot summary, how does that relate to our regulations? Let's go to that. How is that a regulatory issue, the ballot summary?
Because it doesn't include all the information in the electronic record.
But that's the DRE issue. That's really a DRE issue.
Well, see, that's what
summary.
See, that's where I think you're being cutting corners, because there's no authorization in the statute for this type of approach, and then they cite the lack of that authorization as the reason for not following the other rules. And so that's an inconsistent approach right there. But, all right, so let me just go through my, tick off the list. There's the ballot summary issue. There's the issue of the accounting for rejected paper records.
Help me with that one.
F4, 2, and 3. We've already talked about it.
I know, but I'm trying to...
Tom says it doesn't apply, and...
It's a DRE report.
That's the DRE issue as well.
Right.
Okay, got it.
And yet, because it's not a hand-marked paper ballot, to me, that's highly relevant. All right, then we talked about the F19 issues. Then there's...
I'm sorry, F19.
That's the environmental.
Environmental.
Yep.
And then ES&S has not been candid about complying with the litigation disclosure requirement. I think that's...
You want to handle that?
9024I, is it? Yes, 9024I. All vendors...
9024I.
Page 661.
Sorry, 6209.4.
Point 2. 6209.2 sub.
No, 62094I.
Gotcha.
Point 24I.
Gotcha.
Oh, point 2. No. 62094.
Oh, yeah, it is hard to follow. There were omissions, there were some, good.
So, and here's another problem I have with the staff, if they want to keep doing this to me.
So I think you want us to address the not being candid about the litigation?
I want to say what they did wrong, and then you're going to come back with your excuse that everybody else does that.
No, it's not an excuse. No, it's not an excuse.
Go ahead.
No, well, Brian, would you want to address it?
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to. I think so. The initial submission that ES&S made that listed cases, they seem to indicate that their approach was to list cases that they were a party to. They do not appear to have gotten every single one that they were a party to either. And twice they updated their submission to us, so that their assertion is that the last version that they gave us, which is more detailed in terms of its descriptions, is completely complete and includes not only cases that they were a party to, but also other litigation that involved the machine and some of these potential issues. They also indicated that and pointed out that they did not update the submission after their initial filing of it to indicate lawsuits that were commenced after they had submitted the application. So it was a frozen in time piece. It was, I'm not disagreeing with Commissioner Kellner. I did not believe that it was complete. I think that the issue then turns to, was there some sort of nefariousness or something that ES&S was trying to hide? I don't think so, but that's your judgment call. The other piece is there anything that was materially left out that would have changed anything that we would have done in the testing process? And having staff here, and I think our partner testing, having looked at that litigation, I don't believe that any of the litigation that was not initially disclosed upon having been reviewed has raised any issues that were not already known or already being looked at. So the materiality of their omission, because I am not going to defend it, I think it's sloppy, but I think that but I do not believe that it was a material problem, in my opinion. And others can certainly, that is not my judgment call, that is yours, but I offer my opinion.
I agree with everything Brian said. I make one addition, though, which is that even with their amended submissions, they have not candidly reported the status of the pending Pennsylvania litigation, and that their disclosure of that litigation is misleading because they indicated that a motion to dismiss was argued in October 2021, and they did not report that in October 2021 that motion to dismiss was denied and that the case is still pending. But I agree with Brian that based on the limited knowledge that they have disclosed in updating their submissions, that it would not have changed our testing. But it is material to the fact that we rely on the vendors to be candid. And disclosing the pending litigation is an important aspect that the vendors are being candid with us, that the vendors will alert us to problems that involve their equipment or their company without us having to hire an investigator. So it's just one on my list, that's all. I have one more item for the list.
I thought time. Yeah, I think that it's something that we should consider going forward, especially as we're undertaking a revision of regulations, is that there is, at least, as you all know, I am not an attorney, but there is a certain vagueness that I think clarity would be helpful. So just as I think with the environmental requirement, the question is, does the paper, no matter what kind of paper it is, need to be able to withstand 140 degrees for 22 months? Because it doesn't say if it's sustained 140 degrees or if it's for 22 months or it's just like during transportation from, so that's not clear, and that has even caused, lack of clarity with some of our testing partners. With regarding to the vendor submitting their past or pending court cases, all it says is all vendors shall submit with their application forms information regarding past or pending court cases involving their voting systems or its major components, any evidence of fraud, faulty systems, or failure to correct past problems. I think that's extremely vague because at one point it gives the time frame of at the time of their submission of the application, was it correct? There's nothing in here that says that they are required to amend their, and I don't think that aside from ES&S we've ever received an amended filing. And also there's nothing that really specifies what we consider material to being reported to us. in going back through the older submissions from other vendors, going back as far as Diebold, they've all submitted only things in which they were a named party.
Not true. That's just a false statement.
The documents I provided to you, Commissioner, show that.
No, except I've got documents disclosing litigation in which they were not named as parties and disclosing it to us.
For who?
For you to say that no other vendor...
Which vendor was that?
Because
What?
our
Which
records
vendor
do not
was
show
that?
So let's just discuss what it was.
The initial litigations with Sequoia Pacific that occurred in 2006 and 2007. And I have copies of the papers.
The papers I circulated were for Diebold, for the current set of submissions, and in all
I
of them...
haven't seen any of that yet.
Those were emailed to you like more than a week ago, when this was first
I
raised.
think our point was that the way the regulation reads...
And
is at the
Dominion
time
has
of
always been transparent. Dominion...
Well, Dominion also submitted...
Dominion has made disclosures of litigation involving their equipment. They weren't party to.
Well, the current one only lists ones in which they're a party, and then there was a supplemental filing that just said, we're involved in a whole bunch of defamatory litigation that they didn't actually, list out, and it said that they don't think that has anything to do with their system or in compliance with this requirement. I'm just simply saying, I think that they're an opportunity to change to create extreme clarity.
Information regarding past or pending court cases involving their voting systems.
Right,
but also major components.
Their applications. So for example, the one kerfuffle about the Arkansas case, that was after their application.
Yeah, but the Pennsylvania litigation was in October.
But they're not a party to that.
But also, what is a major component? I mean, because my concern is that,
The Pennsylvania litigation was a direct attack on the express vote system.
I'm simply saying we have an opportunity to provide more clarity to assure that we're getting the information we want.
Certainly, that wouldn't hurt. And there was a lot of discussion at the time of the drafting of the regulations where we wanted to require greater disclosure. We, meaning the Democratic commissioners, wanted to require greater disclosure. And a lot of the proposals that we had drafted at that time got whittled down to what we have now. But
I don't remember that you're accusing the Republicans somehow changing this. I don't recall it. I know why we care. I think if they wanted to disclose all their litigation, that's terrific.
No, we wanted them to.
I'd like to say something.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's happening.
Right.
Let's get item 9.
Right.
I want to call the question to whatever the question, whatever that is.
Well, since you've got the deciding vote, you should tell us.
I'm not ready to call the question. I got to tell you. I want to hash this out. I think this is very important, and that I think if we can't reach a consensus here, that's a big problem.
Okay.
I think there needs to be some sort of resolution to this. Acceptable.
We're very far from consensus.
I don't know why we're very far.
I'd rather know what the resolution is too. We've got 2 resolutions here. Which resolution are we discussing?
Actually, we're discussing both of them in essence.
So why don't we deal with one and then deal with another?
Well, I think we should deal with them together because they're so interrelated.
But the vote may make one of them moot.
Yeah, but it's your vote, so tell us what you want to do.
I don't want to make that.
No, it's not my vote. If they vote...
We don't know how they're going to vote.
On your resolution. My vote doesn't mean anything.
That's true. But then there has to be 3 votes on the other resolution.
Well, we're not on that yet.
Yeah, I don't know what the point of that is. I don't know what the point of that is.
The purpose of this board being a bipartisan board is try to, wherever possible, to arrive at consensus. I think we send a terrible signal out to our electorate and to our commissioners at the county level if we can't agree on something like this. And I think we've really gotten into the weeds really deep on this thing. And we've delayed it and delayed it and delayed it. And I think, we got counties now that need machinery. They need new equipment. They're not getting answers from us. We're licking fools in that sense. I'd like to ask the Director of Operations a question.
Yes,
Your
Commissioner.
report earlier today, you said you and the staff on both sides recommend approval of these machines.
Yes, Commissioner. Yes,
You
Commissioner.
changed your position in the last 3 hours.
I have not, sir.
I think you changed your position. Anybody change your position last 3 hours?
I have not.
So you got a staff that's worked continuously, night and day, to answer every single question that's been asked, and more so. We spend all day long reading emails, trying to decipher between the real emails and the, you call them click forms, which I like that term. I think it's time that we get together and try to get this thing resolved. I know you have concerns. We have concerns. But there's got to be common ground someplace. It can't be my way or the highway. That's my feeling.
Hey, you know, I gave you a solution.
Not completely.
Get rid of the first one, let's discuss the second one, and I may vote for that.
No, I understand that, Commissioner. But I
Appreciate it.
I agree with Commissioner Cassell that I don't think it's, well, I don't want to get into too much of this, but I just think that there should not be this sort of uncertainty out there about our voting machines. We need to have voting machines that people can trust, that people can rely on, that people feel confident in. We have enough of that going on in this country. I mean, we had the commissioner earlier reference one of our former presidents about this issue. It's been an issue. I don't like it as an issue. I don't want it to be an issue in New York State, and I think it's becoming an issue, and I think it's very, very unfortunate. And I think it's not good for the electorate. It's not good for this board. It's not good for democracy, frankly, in this state. If we're going to have a voting system put out into our communities that this board does not agree is adequate, certified as meeting the needs of our voters.
So what you're telling me is that you want him to admit to your position?
I want us to, listen, we had this discussion.
I just told you, there's a possibility we could do this if you get rid of this one first and we talk about the next one.
Fine, let's get rid of the first one.
So do it.
Well, I'm not
All right,
in charge here.
I said, call the question.
I'm just...
My vote's irrelevant in this one. Two of you vote against it. Either I vote for it, against it, or don't vote. It doesn't matter.
Well, listen, I think it's pretty obvious.
I know.
Maybe we should take a 2-minute break, and you and I should talk?
Right.
Okay. And it's just you and I, so we don't violate the open meeting. All right, we're resuming on this. So I am formally moving my version of Resolution 23-26. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Now, does anybody want to have any further discussion on...
Actually, Commissioner, for 2327.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Thank you for correcting that.
I didn't second.
All right, so we're moving my version of 2327. Commissioner Spano, are you seconding it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does anybody want to discuss this, or should we just take a vote?
I think we've discussed it.
All right. So those in favor, say aye. That's just me. Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. All right. So that's defeated 3-1. So then we'll take up the other resolution. And I have two amendments that I'd like to propose. The first one is the text of the last paragraph from my resolution. We add, be it further resolved that the commissioners of the New York State Board of Elections request that ES&S address the issues raised at the report of Cyber Castellan
evaluation of SLI, ES&S, EVS 6.3.1 code review reports at such time as it submits any updates to ES&S, EVS 6.3.01. Is there a second to my amendment? All right.
Hold on, let's go over that. No, I see that, but let's go over that for a minute. You want to address the issues raised, what is that cyber?
That's what we talked about before, the 140 source code, anomalies, or whatever.
Oh, that's the one where the address. Right. Address the, whatever that means.
Right.
You want to have them just address the issues?
Right. We're recording our recognition that there are source code revisions that we want them to make.
The same language as the other ones, like at the next submission?
Is that, yeah.
This one, I think this one could be.
No, that's not the same. This is request that they address them now.
No, so at such time as they submit any updates.
Oh, I see. Okay. At such time as they submit any updates. Okay.
Okay?
I will agree to that.
All right, those in favor say aye. Aye. All right, that's unanimous for the amendment. Now I have a second amendment, which is to add before that, be it further resolved that I'm looking for language to write into the resolution that barcode may not be used as part of any audit conducted pursuant to 9-211.
Do we get real language or not?
Let me see how. And I'm perfectly happy to have consultants be on the text of that, if you agree with the concept. The barcode, to clarify in this resolution that barcodes cannot be used as part of the audit conducted pursuant to Election Law 9-211.
I don't know. So if I understand correctly, Commissioner, you're essentially mandating that the system will always need to be hand audited and it could never...
Until there's an audit tool that does not use the barcode but uses optical reading. And right now, nobody does that.
No, well, there's no system that currently exists that could audit the express vote. It would have to be audited by hand.
Right, but everybody's telling me that that's understood.
Right. But this resolution would then essentially...
Prevent that from ever happening.
No, all it would do is prevent the barcode, which cannot be verified by the voter, as part of the audit system. The argument is that we have audits that...
Wouldn't that also run afoul of the current audit program that's using the ballot to do it?
Pardon?
Wouldn't it also run afoul of the current audit system that allows a machine to audit the X and Y coordinates of a ballot?
No, it's different. That's not barcode.
I understand it's not a barcode, but it's how the machine reads the ballot, and the barcode is how the machine reads the ballot in this, and the X and Y coordinates are how the machine reads the ballot in other machines. Are you just singling out this one system?
Isn't that a material difference?
I don't, that's what I think that's one of the reasons why we have the sliding scale of manually reviewed ballots in the 6210.20 now.
For an audit, where we use the audit tool.
Right, but that audit tool now is using the machine-readable component of the ballot in order to kind of tabulate the answer.
No, but it's looking at the pixel.
It's looking at the X and Y coordinates based on the timing marks, which is just another machine code. I mean, we made the argument earlier in the meeting that the barcode is the voter's vote is encoded into a machine-readable format. In the case of the current system, it's an X and Y coordinate that's designated by the created by the timing marks on the outside of the ballot. In some other systems, it's encoded into a barcode, so.
Right, but in either case, the audit is not to look at the barcode.
No, the audit uses the barcode to tag, or the audit would use the barcode just like it uses the X and Y marks when you create the ballot definition file in Clear Ballot. The manual review never uses the barcode. The manual review always uses a human verifiable component of the ballot.
Yeah, well, I guess the point here is that we not have an automated audit tool that's based on a review of barcode, which some states do for the Clear Ballot system, where they only review the barcodes and don't review what the voters saw.
Our procedures, as they currently exist, would still end up requiring a manual count, because even the systems that are used to audit still require a 3% audit of the 3%, for lack of a better term. So if a system in the future were to be developed to do this, it would still get a manual hand count of a percentage of that, because our current system now is where we do automated audits require 3% of the 3% to be manual and to ensure that the audit systems work right.
On Senator, on Commissioner Calhoun's point, it seems to me that, in order for us to ever get to a point where barcodes would ever be able to be, we have a lot of things we have to figure out and do. And so it's going to require some future step of the board. So at the current time, to freeze it until those things are figured out, that we don't do this, seems like it doesn't do any harm. And language, for example, be it further resolved that no audit conducted pursuant to Election Law 9-11 shall utilize barcodes to conduct such an audit, just freezes what the status quo presently is, and it would require board action to move off that in any event. So if it offers a comfort, Commissioner, I think it's important to do.
Well, I think for the public who keep arguing that incorrectly, if you look at virtually every communication we've gotten in opposition to the machine has cited the use of barcodes as a reason in opposition. And I'm telling you that some of it is misplaced, because we keep saying, but when we do the audit, we don't look at the barcode. We look at what the voters saw as the voter's candidate choice. So all I'm suggesting is that to the extent that the public can be reassured, is that, yes, that's the case. We're not using the barcodes to review it.
Let's go back a minute to what Tom was talking about. Currently, when we do an automated recount, what happens?
Through the use of an automated audit tool, it looks at the machine-readable component of the ballot,
Which is?
the X and Y coordinate of the circle that's been filled in.
But not this.
Determines has it been filled in or not filled. So it's doing the same thing that our current scanner does.
But it's still relying on a technical reading. It's a machine read.
It's not reading the ballot candidate name and saying, this was a vote for Tom Conley. It's reading, there's a circle here that's filled out,
Right.
the X, Y, computer programming, and what did I set up my automated audit tool to translate that X and Y coordinate to whose name?
Right, and how is that materially different from reading a barcode?
I don't think it is, because I think
But the voter sees where the dots are.
I understand that, but I'm still saying...
But the voter doesn't see what the barcode says.
But the point is that the machine audit is still reading a machine-designated portion of that ballot. And whether it's a barcode or the XY intersection, what's the difference? It's still not reading the name like a hand count, like a manual hand count would. It's still a reading of a portion of that ballot like a barcode. I don't see where it's materially different, really, whether you're reading a barcode or you're reading the XY intersection of that hand-marked ballot. I still think the machine is making the decision. Now, if you're not comfortable with that, I guess then you don't believe in automated hand counts.
Well, a lot of people are saying that.
Well,
and
that's...
have criticized me for supporting
I'm not talking to a lot of
automated.
people right now. I'm talking to you, and I think I'm trying to understand what your complaint here is about this one and whether it is materially different from what everybody else is doing with these other automated hand counts.
And it is significantly different because with those XY components, the voter sees where the mark is and the name associated with the mark.
But that's at the time of voting, not at the time of
yeah, but that's all that the voter sees.
I know. You're talking about a manual recount, which is not the voter.
No, I'm talking about the audit.
Or the manual audit.
All right.
You're not doing. The voter's not doing that. The machine's doing it.
But
I don't see the difference. I know there's been objections. I've read it too, but I think they're misplaced. Unless people just don't believe in automated audits. And they're very, very own made people that do that. With a hand in the bag.
Yes.
Using just the text on that barcode, on that ballot, that is what the voter verified. You use that barcode, and you may miss the fact that that barcode is incorrect, either because of a hack or because it just didn't work. That's why you need to do that.
Now, see, I would also argue that that's a false statement, because I can also then edit the programming if I was able to hack a system that says that the XY of a certain, oval is going to go to Brendan, even though the text next to that oval is Tom Conley. Right. And that's why we do the manual review to see, I'm going to look here, what do the machines say? Who's the machine say win? Let's count those ballots and see who actually won based on what we can see, what the voter can see, which is the human readable component. And if they want to verify how the machine is going to tabulate their ballot, whether it's the currently certified systems or any of these proposed systems, they have that ability. Why? Because it's a requirement in our regulations.
All right. Could we redo this resolution to say something that confirms that there is no approved automatic audit tool for the system?
What does that mean? What do you mean?
That means that
there's no current tool authorized to do an automated audit of this system.
Fact?
Yes. Would that be a whereas or somewhere in the manual?
State that.
That will confirm that there will be manual audits and that there will not be an audit that uses the barcode for the audit.
That's the time. Right now. The audit, just the 3% audit.
The audit, 2% audit.
3% audit.
It is.
So what you want to do is, for some reason, which I'm not sure what it is, to just state a fact, which is there is no audit tool that currently will read barcodes. You're just going to state that in the resolution for some reason.
That there's no
fact, we all agree.
That there's no approved audit tool for this system.
We all agree on that. That's true, right? That's a true statement.
Yeah, that is a true statement.
It refutes the public argument that the audit relies on barcodes.
Okay.
Because our audit does not rely on barcodes.
All right.
All right. Do you have a text? Did anybody?
Brian's jotting something down as we speak.
So far I have, there currently is no approved audit tool approved in New York to audit, and then I'm blanking on what comes after that. Audit barcode.
Oh, to audit this system.
Audit this system. Yeah. Audit this system.
Or to audit ballots cast by express vote.
Brian, once you get that, can you get that drafted up for us so we can see it?
Right.
You can't have it apply to the DS200, the 300.
I agree.
458.
So, right. Yeah. No, so you should specify the express vote.
Yeah.
Because you could still use an
or you could say express vote summary card, if you want to say that.
Okay. I'm going to rewrite it so I can actually read it and we'll make copies of it. But it'll be handwritten. We're degrading a little bit as we move through the afternoon. Is this a whereas, or is it added on? It's a whereas, right?
I think that's a whereas. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's just a statement of fact, whereas
328.
I'm gonna also write it with
I want
you.
you to.
Brian, while you're getting that typed up, do you have the text that Commissioner Kosinski was showing us for 2328?
Yes, I gave that to you. Krasinski, I think, also has it.
Well, here it is.
Is it approved or?
It's approved, I checked the language.
Thank you.
While he's getting this typed up, we could vote.
Approved audit
If you-
system, what's the current, what's the audit?
No, approved.
Two
Do they have one there, Tom?
A copier, yeah, I just checked.
Oh, that's this. That's different. No, we were talking about the clear ballot.
That's not Express.
That's not the clear ballot.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is. Wait a minute, wait a
Yeah,
minute.
this is it.
Wait, let me look.
This is it.
This is the one?
This is it.
Yeah, there's another clear.
Not tonight.
They want 90.
I'm just gonna always copy it right out.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm failing. Spelled Express wrong.
If you remember, you're still gonna break. I'm gonna screw your good that time. Really bad. Really bad. Wow.
What you're trying to do is
Amy, can you mute us while we're...
all right, so while we are typing up the amendments to Resolution 23-27, we'll take up Resolution -23-28. And Commissioner Kosinski and I have conferred about marking up my draft to read in the last paragraph, now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners of the New York State Board of Elections do hereby certify the clear ballot, clear vote 2.4 voting system on condition that with clear ballots next submission for certification related to this system, clear ballot prepare and submit for review and approval, an upgrade to address the issues raised in my testing oversight of clear ballot, clear vote 2.4 dated June 23, 2023. So I move that resolution. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Does anyone want to discuss?
Can I ask some clarification? Moving the original resolution or your resolution?
Moving this text.
Right, but I mean, the other changes as well.
What other changes? Wasn't there just one other?
There's two other changes.
That name.
Okay, that's okay.
Okay.
And that. Yeah, I think those, yeah.
All right, I just want to make sure we're on the same
Fair enough.
document.
Yep.
We don't want to forget the shall after clear ballot, so that we have a verb.
Clear ballot shall prepare.
Yep.
Okay, I didn't define the written text.
Okay.
Brian, you're keeping the official draft?
Oh, indeed I am, yes.
And you are being very careful to make sure you have the correct version?
I am, I'm gonna go back and watch the video to make sure.
2328.
All right, so those in favor of 2328 as we read it, say aye.
Aye.
All right, it's adopted unanimously. Now, the text of 2327 as amended has been distributed.
Right, so,
We have this, we have.
Oh, okay, this.
it's still a little fragmentary. We have the vote that you already took to add the,
All right, and did we vote on this whereas regarding?
and this one is fresh. So this you're taking up now is fresh. So we made the other amendment, but not this one.
Yes.
I move this amendment, whereas there currently is no food audit system to audit the expressly Excel summary cards pursuant to 9-11 of this New York State election law.
All right, and I'll second it. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so now we have the full resolution as amended. Does anybody want to say anything?
No, I don't really have anything more to say. I guess, we'll move it.
I feel the same way. We talked about at great length.
Thanks, sir.
And next step will be in the court.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, so
So before we vote, I just wanted to ask for, so I'd like to go around and ask each staff person, if you were faced with this particular vote, how would you vote? Would you approve this thing?
I don't think that's fair.
It's fair. It's as fair as I'm gonna be. Would you guys who have spent hours and days and weeks working on this, would you approve this system?
I would.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't hear any dissensions amongst the staff. Every staff person that's worked on this is saying to me that you would approve the system based on our certification requirements.
Correct.
Is there any dissension amongst the staff? Fair enough.
Okay, those in favor say aye.
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 And I vote nay, so it's adopted 3-1. All right, do we have any other business? All right, so we stand adjourned.
Really? Now. Dinner's right now.